sure I have the right list. A little closer. How's that? All right. Let me know if you can't hear me. We have Mr. DeMeo, Harbor Master, Mr. Fleming, who you've just met, Acting Treasurer Collector, Mr. or Ms. Flint from Conservation, Mr. Grafton from Conservation, Mr. Granatino from the schools, Mr. Hamilton from Council of Aging, Mr. Jameson from Recreation, Mr. Kelly from IT, Ms. Marcoux from the Library, Mr. McDonough from the Police Department, Mr. McGillis for IT, Mr. John Nash for IT, Paulette from Veterans Administration, Mr. Pomeroy, Auditor, Ms. Potts, Veterans Administration, Mr. Procaccino, Department of Public Works, Mr. Reynolds, DPW Superintendent, Mr. Stewart, from Building Department, Mr. Suveg, I hope I pronounced that correctly, the Airport Manager. We may also have an appearance by Stephen M. Gard, who's an attorney representing a corporate client by the name of Frozen 4. He's from Norwell. We have Sean Leary for MCTV, Jen Palmer, MCTV, and we have, as I've already introduced to you, Sophie Costello, and three other high school students, Gemma Wustany, Kylie Cregan, and Alex Gracia, who are going to be helping with the board over here. So with respect to these town officials, they asked that they be allowed to sit on the floor with their various boards and committees. They know that they cannot vote with respect to any of the articles that comes before them. So by a show of hands, a majority, may they sit with their boards and committees during the course of this meeting. All opposed? All right, it carries unanimously. Thank you very much for being here. We'll also now turn to your various sections and your counters. So we're going to have 6 sections here tonight, plus a visitor section. So if you'll follow with me, you'll see the orange signs. Section number 1 is up to my left in the bleachers. The counter there is going to be Barbara Carney. Section number 2 is in front of me. Terry Winning is going to be the county there. Section number 3 is where? Section number 3 is where? Over here to my right. The counter for section number 3 is Anne Marie Sacchetti. Section number 4 is Cindy Castro. She's waving at me. Hey, Cindy, way over there. Section number 5 is going to be Andy Winning. Section number 5 should be in the back. He's waving at me right there. Section number 6 is Susan Sloan, and you'll see section number 6 is up here, and at the end of that is the visitors section. So if you are from out of town and you are here observing the town meeting, that's where you should sit. You're not allowed to vote, but you certainly can observe the proceedings. We're happy to have you in that capacity. At this time, I would like for you to direct your attention to the front of the hall, where veteran Arnie Briggs of the United States Marine Corps will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And before we start, I would like to give you some additional information concerning Arnie's background. Arnie has been a Marshfield resident for 57 years. He was born in Brookline, Massachusetts in 1934. He served in the Marine Corps from 1954 through 1957. He was stationed at the Marine Corps Air Station, Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and later at Peterfield Point, Marine Corps Helicopter Squadron, North Carolina, with a rank of Staff Sergeant in the Communications Center. He has been happily married to his wife, Marcia, for 63 years, and they have a wonderful daughter, Betsy. Arnie has been involved in Marshfield in so many ways over the years. He served on the Marshfield School Committee. He was chairman in 2004. He's on the board of directors of Marshfield Community Television. He's hosted many television shows, and he's also been a campaign manager for various Marshfield candidates over the years. He currently serves as the junior commander of the Marshfield Korean War Veterans Association and volunteers as the photographer for many of our town's events involving veterans. Now, following the Pledge of Allegiance will be the singing of the national anthem by 4 of our high school students. Dan Kahn, who's singing bass, he's a senior at Marshfield High School. Toby Mamet, who is singing tenor, he is a sophomore at Marshfield High School. Sophie Costello, an alto, she also is a senior at Marshfield High School. And Ella Batagowski, a soprano, who is a senior. Now, usually we reserve the singing of the national anthem for the annual town meeting in the spring and choose instead the singing of America the Beautiful or God Bless America at the special town meeting in October. This year, given all the controversy and the polarization on the national level, the students and I felt it would be appropriate to return again in the fall to the spirit and words of the Pledge of Allegiance, in which we all acknowledge that regardless of our political differences, we are and will always be one nation. So, Arnie, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please stand. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. 2. Thank you.
Please remain standing. You're on.
Do you need the starting pitch? Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much. Our objective tonight is to see whether or not we can complete this special town meeting in one night. However, there are 35 articles on tonight's warrant, and to do so, to reach all of them in one night, will require your approval and your cooperation. We are still in the midst of the pandemic, and each night we spend here in this high school building, even though we are being quite careful, as you can see, poses some risk, however slight, to the well-being of the students who will occupy this space the following day. So I ask that all of us work together to use our time tonight efficiently. And to that end, I have several announcements as we get down to business. Number one, There will be no consent agenda tonight. Number 2, Section 5-6 of the Marshfield Codified Bylaws state that all articles in a special town meeting will be drawn separately by lottery. However, you, the town meeting members, by 2/3 of your number, have the ability to take any article or group of articles out of the lottery and to advance them for consideration at an earlier time in the meeting. Tonight, 2 boards have contacted me in advance of the meeting, and they are going to ask you to exercise your authority in that regard. First, the Board of Selectmen will ask you to advance Article 35 to make it the very first item of business. If 2/3 of you agree, Article 35 will be the first item of business. If 2/3 of you do not agree, Article 35 remains in the lottery. The second board is the Planning Board. Of the 35 articles on the warrant, 18 of them are zoning articles submitted by the Planning Board. After you decide how you would like to handle Article 35, the Planning Board will ask that Articles 11 through 28 be taken out of the lottery, advanced to the second item of business, and be considered as a group to allow the board to make a single presentation in which it will provide you with an overview of all 18 articles and explain how the articles relate one to the other. Each article will then be voted upon separately. If the 18 individual articles remain in the lottery, the Planning Board would normally be allotted 5 minutes per article to present, those articles, which totals 90 minutes. If 2/3 of you vote to advance and consider these articles as a group, I will restrict the Planning Board to a 16-minute overview of all 18 articles. We will then consider each individual article in the order as they appear in the warrant. If any further presentation is necessary regarding a particular article, I may give the Planning Board up to an additional minute. We will then receive the recommendation of the Advisory Board, go to the floor for discussion and a vote. Please note that Article 33 is being withdrawn and passed over. Article 33 is being withdrawn and passed over. I will link Article 32 and Article 34 as they are both dealing with the process of making the town's code, general bylaws, and charter gender neutral. In an effort to further expedite the business of the meeting, I have been informed that the Capital Budget Committee has considered and has voted in favor of all articles on the special town meeting warrant that involve capital expenditures. Should you have a specific question concerning a capital expenditure, a member of the Capital Budget Committee will answer if necessary, but the committee has agreed that it's not necessary for me to call upon them each and every time a capital expenditure is before you. Now, before we get any further along in the meeting, we have a very special presentation that the Board of Selectmen would like to make, to be followed by a special presentation that a friend of ours from long ago by the name of Cantwell will also like to make. So right now I recognize Mr. Moresco, Town Administrator, for the purpose of making a special presentation.
Make the presentation.
What's that?
The Board of Selectmen are going to make the presentation, Mr.
Absolutely.
Moderator.
All right, Chris Rowland will be speaking on behalf of the board. Thank you.
Good evening. Is Peter Barney Dowd here? Is Barney here? Oh, there he is. I almost didn't recognize you, Barney, without your uniform and your mask on. Come on up, sir. Oh, this is really... So Peter Barney Dowd served in the Vietnam War as a bulldozer operator for the Seabees. Although most of us know Barney as the caretaker of our Veterans Memorial Park, he has worn many hats over the years in Marshfield. In addition to his job as the caretaker of the park, Barney has volunteered for many years as the Graves officer and has served as the commander of the Marshfield VFW and the American Legion. He is also a part of the National MCB1 CB's Reunion Organization and the Marshfield ADA Committee. Barney has been employed as our Veterans Memorial Park caretaker for over 20 years and has done a remarkable job in maintaining its beautiful landscape. I think we can all agree it's one of the most beautiful parks in the South Shore. This park has been and continues to be the pride of Marshfield. So please join me in a round of applause as we recognize Peter Barney Dowd for his dedication and service to the town of Marshfield. Thank you so much, Barney.
Barney, if you'll please stand close. On behalf of Senator Markey, it's my great honor to be back home to this who's who of Marshfield to recognize your tremendous service. By the way, no one knows you as Peter, but we do have this citation from the U.S. Senate. Mr. Moderator, when you were saying that sometimes there's discord in Washington, there's one thing all people agree, and that's to take note of the tremendous work of Peter Barney Dowd here today. For 20.5 years, not only have taken care of our Veterans Memorial Park, working with legends here like Frank Hayes, like George Earle, Arnie Briggs, many others, and veterans agents, one who was here tonight, Dick Martin, Larry Whalen, Bill Dodge, and our phenomenal Karen Paulette. All the major improvements that you've done maintaining this jewel of the town that is a centerpiece because of the work that you've done. I'm here on behalf of Senator Markey and noting that this is a family celebration, so we want to thank your wife Peggy, your daughter Donna Bean, your brother-in-law Brainerd, sister-in-laws Helen, Patty, nephew Scott, Jack. The whole family almost is here just to witness. On behalf of Senator Markey, we have the U.S. Senate Certificate of Congressional Recognition presented to Peter Barney Dowd for his more than 20 years as caretaker of the town of Marshfield's Veterans Memorial Park, also in recognition of your being commander of the VFW. Thank you for your service. You've been a treasure. Appreciate seeing you. Buddy.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're getting some, can everyone in the back of the room hear us? No, all right, we'll need to turn up the volume. All right, how about now? Is that better? Okay, thank you. All right, at this point, we will turn to the business at hand, and I will read the motion that has been given to me earlier today in behalf of the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen hereby move that Article 35 be taken out of the lottery and advance to the first item of business this evening. I recognize at this point the Town Administrator, Michael Moresco. You'll have to speak up, Michael. We don't hear your mic.
Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. Mr. Moderator, we're asking for this amendment because one of the construction companies that was selected, this Board of Selectmen needs to sign the contract. Contract needs to be signed by tomorrow. So we need to ensure that this article gets taken up tonight. We reached out to the companies that were on the qualified bid list that bid on the project. And under the laws, there's 30 days. We asked everyone for a 30-day extension. The 30-day extension ends on the 19th. So we're asking town meeting in their infinite wisdom to allow this article to come forward so that we can take a vote on it. Hopefully, we ask town meeting to support it so the selectmen can sign the contract forthwith.
Thank you very much. At this time, I will entertain any questions or discussion from the floor with respect to the motion. The only motion here is whether or not Article 35 comes out of the lottery and becomes the first order of business tonight. Seeing no one at the microphones, we'll then go to a vote. This will require a 2/3 vote. Wait a minute, I see someone going now to a microphone. Would you please state your name, please, and your address?
Hi, everybody. Yana Lambert, 25 Liberty Road. I'm just curious why we're being asked to appropriate $1.8 million when we are all paying higher taxes for 3 new buildings that we approved the funding for, and I believe it was just 2019. And why do we need additional money?
All right.
To the tune of $1.8 million.
All right. What I would ask.
And also, excuse me, I also want to add, why are we being asked this with 24 hours, like, to make this decision? I don't understand that.
All right.
Thank you.
The first question you asked really goes to the merits of the article. We're not discussing that at this time. All we're discussing now is whether or not the article should be taken out of the lottery and made the first item of business tonight. Is there anyone else? Seeing no one else, this requires a 2/3 vote to pass. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All those opposed? I declare that it passes by more than 2/3, so Article 35 will be the first item of business tonight. Now, the second motion I have is that the Planning Board moves that Articles 11 through 28, which are all zoning articles, be taken out of the lottery and advanced so that a single presentation can be made by the Planning Board concerning these 18 articles. Each article would then be voted upon separately. Recognize Mr. Guimond or anyone from the Planning Board who would like to speak to the motion. All right, and while we're doing this, it's a good time to acquaint everybody with the process that we're going to be using as far as the mics. You will see next to each mic there is a box of plastic sandwich bags. When you approach the microphone, it should have no bag on it. You should select one from the box, put it on the microphone, talk, and when you are through, remove that one, put it into the trash can, and then the person who comes after you will select a new one. And that's be true for the front microphone and the back microphone. I recognize the lady at the rear of the microphone.
Katie O'Donnell, 90 Summer Street, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. The Planning Board is bringing so many articles to this town meeting because we are anticipating that due to changes at the State Zoning Act, that there are going to be multiple bylaw changes and articles coming to future town meetings as well. 11 of the 18 articles tonight are corrective in nature to existing zoning bylaws, and we just wanted to try and address them as quickly as possible, but be prepared that you will see the Planning Board at the next few town meetings as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there any comment or questions with respect to the motion to advance these 18 articles as the second item of business? All right. Seeing none, we will then go to a vote. It also requires a 2/3 vote to take these 18 articles out of the lottery and to advance them as the second item of business. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3, so these 18 articles will be the second item of business. In view of the votes that you have made, we now turn to Article number 35. Article number 35, the Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $1,810,000 for costs related to the DPW building project, and to meet said appropriation, transfer the sum of $500,000 from certified free cash, $589,500 from water retained earnings, $458,500 from wastewater retained earnings, and $262,000 from solid waste retained earnings for additional funding of the DPW Capital Building project. Said funds to be expended by the Superintendent of Public Works and under the supervision of the Board of Public Works. This is submitted by the Board of Selectmen. I recognize Mr. Maresco for making a brief remarks, and it's my understanding that Mr. Tom Reynolds, DPW Superintendent, and Dave Carriere, the Vice Chair of the Board of Public Works, will also participate in the 5-minute presentation of the article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. DPW is asking town meeting tonight to support the request for the additional funds so that the Board of Selectmen can sign the contract for the lowest, most qualified bidder for their project. DPW faced a number of challenges that required their barn to be torn down to make room for the police station to be built. By not having the barn in DPW, they needed to rent additional trailers to house some of their operations. Town meeting supported the purchase of the old Republic Trash headquarters at 965 Plain Street. DPW was able to move some of their operations into that building once it was renovated and met the ADA requirements. The cost of building materials and labor continue to escalate, driving the cost up on construction projects. The bid came in at $1,810,000, less than what was available in funding for that project. Therefore, the BOS at the moment cannot sign the contract unless sufficient funds were available to fund the project. These additional funds are being funded by free cash and retained earnings from the DPW at no additional cost to the taxpayers. There is no doubt that the DPW needs this building to house over $7 million of equipment, staff, and programs. I will now turn it over to Tom Reynolds for additional comments on this article.
Tom Reynolds, DPW Superintendent. Mr. Moderator, I stood before you in 2019 and asked you to support the DPW facility. We've been outside. Most of our equipment is outside. We had about a 17,000 square foot facility. We were looking to build a 40,000 square foot facility. They did a study. DPW was building was deemed to be in the worst condition of all the buildings in towns. Currently, we're the third in line to start construction. I'm looking right now for this additional funds to be able to house the equipment that I have today. When we complete this building, it had to be extended 6 months due to design changes because of the site change locations that we had to make. We were ready to go out bid for temporary buildings at $2.87 million, and we're told that we couldn't do that, and those buildings were going to have to be torn down even if they were able to be built. So that was just throwing money away. The property that we have today can house the whole facility. We're asking for this additional money. It's about 2,800 more square feet for us to house our equipment. As I mentioned, we're looking to put our equipment in that we have today. We're not building for the future. We don't have that luxury. I'm asking you to support this. Thank you.
Following out on what Tom said, I stood at this podium back in June of 2020, and based on the calculations we had in front of us, I projected that we could save between $2 and $3 million. My final words were at that meeting that, I hoped we would be able to save, but we might be able to save $2 to $3 million, but I knew if we built down at 35 Parsonage, we would not save a dime. I discovered by the end of July, actually these costs occurred in July timeframe in 2020. At the time, I wasn't fully aware of them, but we did have one that I was fully aware of, which is we had an additional $210,000 of engineering costs to modify the design that we had for 35 for 965 Plain Street. We also had a number of shared costs because what we were doing at 35 Parsonage Street was supporting both our construction and the police, and that amounted to approximately $573,500 at the time. That money was also gone when we moved down to 965. In addition to that, I was responsible for about maybe 4 to 6 weeks of delay before we actually began to push the engineering forward down at 965 Plain Street. And that was because I insisted that we know the stranded cost at Parsonage Street at that time. And that amounted to $436,500. In addition to that, COVID-19 came along, and there has been across the entire spectrum of the producing world. Okay.
You have 30
Some
seconds.
significant items, and I have additional information on that should questions come up. Thank you.
All right. I recognize Mr. Polanski from the advisory board.
Keith Polanski, Advisory Board. The Advisory Board actually did not vote on this prior to town meeting, like it says up there on the screen. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. The Advisory Board spent over 30 minutes tonight discussing this project. We came to a decision to recommend this project by a 4-3 vote. The Advisory Board has a problem with this article. We feel that we have no choice but support it because we do need the facilities. It's way overdue. Anybody that's been in town for years knows what they've been dealing with on the DPW side. The problem we have is we're facing rising costs. I noticed driving to town meeting tonight, in the last week or so, gas prices have gone up 25 cents. If you've gone to the supermarket, you've seen prices rise if you can even get the prices. This project is really about a date, trying to get it signed tomorrow morning so we can save some money because they have fixed costs with fixed labor, and the town meeting will be saving money going forward, though we don't know how much. The problem with this article is we've been given very little information the time before the special town meeting. The Advisory Board recommends it, but we have so many questions. But unfortunately, we have a gun to our head with the due date of tomorrow. If we don't support this article by town meeting, they still have the money that we allocated a couple of years ago, but they won't have the additional funds. So either they have to come back at higher prices down the road, or they have to cut the project down, which will ruin what they already have. So I feel we have no choice but to support this. I'm not against the project. It's just one of those things that we have to deal with, and hopefully down the road, the DPW will have a beautiful building. Thank you.
Is this one? Thank you very much, Mr. Polanski. I have been informed that people in the back are still having difficulty hearing us. So I am going to allow people who are presenting an article to take their masks down while they're talking at the podium so that I can make sure that everybody can hear in the hall can hear what they're saying. Please make certain that you still observe the procedure we're going to follow with the little plastic bags, and that goes for the presenters up here as well. I have been told before we go to the floor for questions and discussion that an amendment needs to be made by the, well, I guess it would be the Board of Selectmen / Department of Public Works, as two of the figures that are shown in the motion have been transposed. So I recognize Mr. Reynolds, Superintendent of the Department of Public Works, for purposes of amendment.
As he's not a resident, I'll have to make.
All right, I recognize Mr. Carriere, Vice Chair of the Board of Public Works, for purposes of making the amendment.
Apologies, the article that's being presented has to be amended because we have two transposed figures. The $458,500 should be from solid waste, not wastewater, and $262,000 should be the figure for wastewater's contribution to this project.
We'll have a discussion on the amendment. This is only on the amendment, not on the merits of the article as a whole. Does anyone want to address the amendment that was just offered? I see a lady at the rear mic. Are you? No, it's not an amendment. I don't see anyone else. Then we would need a majority vote to accept this amendment. All in favor of Mr. Carriere's amendment, please raise your hand. All those opposed, It clearly passes by more than a majority, so that the motion is now corrected and revised. I now recognize the lady at the rear microphone. Please state your name and address.
Hi, Anna Lambert, 25 Liberty. Sorry for speaking out of turn before. I misunderstood. I want to fully support what the DPW needs. I still have my reservations, as Keith Lansky mentioned, having a gun to our heads to make this decision in, less than 24 hours. And it still is a question to me, which I would like explained briefly if possible. When we voted to fund the building of a new DPW site, we were building a new site. And I thought that having moved into the Republic building, the old Republic building, we were going to save some money, and now we need 1.8 million more. I also understand that while construction costs went up tremendously, the cost of materials during COVID, I also understand that they're coming back down. So I guess I just kind of don't get why, if we were saving money by moving into the Republic building, why we need almost 2 million more. So brief explanation.
Mr. Carrier, can you answer that question? All right, please do.
Point, she mentioned that prices are coming back down. Basically, I went online and did some research, yesterday and today, and right now the CPI is escalated at 5.4%, the Consumer Price Index. West Texas intermediate oil prices are running at $85 a barrel and are projected for November at $82. At the time we did this project, they were in the 40s. And natural gas has gone up from $3.50 a million BTU to $5 to $6 per million BTU. Excuse me. In addition to that, I did some research on some of the principal products that we need for the project. And I went to the St. Louis Federal Reserve Bank's index on cold rolled steel. In January of this year, it was at $482 a ton. The last set of figures available from them was from April 21st, and they're at $648 a ton. That's 134%. So it's up by 34% of the initial price. I then went to the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics and looked at structural and formed steel in dollars per ton. And the bottom line there is the average price in 2020, the average for 2020 overall, was $220 a ton for that fabricated material. It was $241 in January of this year, $246 in February, $260 in March, $273 in April, $283 in May, $294 in July, in June, and $304 in July, which is the last month right now for statistics. They tend to have a lag on their statistics. That's a 138% increase. I then looked at one item we do have a lot, and this is the one where we haven't seen escalation to speak of, and that would be the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics concrete. Their ingredients, the average $320 per ton for the material back in for all of 2020, and currently is at $334.70 for the same tonnage. So that's a 5% increase. I then examined our consulting engineers, Weston & Sampson's estimators, information on metals. This is a company known as TCI. I forget what the acronym stands for. In June of 2020, we were looking at, and they do their costs basically on dollars per square foot of construction. In June of 2020, it was $6.64 per square foot of construction. In October of 2020, it was up to $10.02 per square foot of construction. And currently, the last estimate they did for us, because we went out to bid with this information, was in April of 2021, and at that time, the pricing was $9.35. So we're looking at a 140% increase on that. These are the costs that we're seeing. Escalation is still going up. It depends on whose market analysis you look at, whether in fact or not that is the case.
I see a gentleman at the front microphone. Boy, sorry for the feedback. gentleman at the front microphone and another gentleman at the rear microphone. If anyone else has questions with respect to Article 35 or comments, I urge you please get to the microphone. Recognize the gentleman at the front of the hall.
Whalen Old Main Street. Dave, can you tell us?
They couldn't hear you, Tom.
Tom Whalen, Old Main Street. Dave, could you give us, with this additional fund, what the total cost of this project is going to be now?
Hey, ma'am. The question was, can you now give us the total cost of the project? Did I say that fairly?
It's $1.8 million.
All right. Can you answer that question, Mr. Carrier?
I believe so. The authorization, as I recall it, and this is subject to check, was $17,750,000. Is that correct, Tom? Okay. And, you know, this would add that amount to it, so we'd be looking at $19,300,000 of cost. Okay. I would like to defer to Mr. Moresco with regard to the fact that, you know, there were a couple of things that this project going forward, the way it did, benefited the town with. And the first one was this allowed the police station to get out to bid sooner. And the net result of that is that, you know, they got in before the commodity prices really went completely wonky.
Mr. Moresco.
Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. Just to touch upon a couple of things. First off, I do want to address that overall on the $49.9 million, which was approved by town meeting in November of 2019, that we saved approximately $17.5 million on most of it on interest. As folks remember then, we went out to bid on 2 different times because our bond rating was so favorable. The overall was at 2%. So we were able to save for the taxpayers $13 million over the life of the note. Added to that, we got $4.5 million of bond premium, which gave us a total savings on the project of $17.5 million. What does that mean? If you're in a $450,000 home in 2019 or a $475,000 home, you would save $1,000 over the life of the note. The other thing I wanted to mention is there was a $3 million savings because had we in fact built the DPW for environmental reasons and others, we weren't able to the right of where the police station is now, we would have had to pay an extra $3 million. The fill, the compacting, and the grading alone, to do that, to bring that up to the height that it would have to be, was $2,833,595. And there was, and then we would have been without the building, and we would have had to rent more equipment, which represents about $166,000 some odd change, so about $3 million. So we ended up saving about $3 million. You know, nobody has any control over the rising cost out there. It was sort of the roll of the dice. As each project went forward, it became more and more challenging. DPW went out to bid. They were at the peak of what was happening. But as Mr. Carrier, Mr. Reynolds mentioned, that if we had to go back to the drawing board, we then would incur additional cost. And we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know. Will costs continue to go up? Will they come down? Will it cost the taxpayers more money? The money that we're using right now, there is no hit to the bottom line and to the taxpayers. This is free cash. Even though it's an oxymoron, it's money that's already been appropriated. It's already been paid for, so you're not paying for it again. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone. He'll be the last speaker, then we'll go to a vote.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. I'd like to ask Mr. Moresco, does he remember the name of the person that sued the town to keep the town from filling in that floodplain and building the DPW garage there?
Excuse me, Mr. Moresco. Excuse me, Mr. Pasevich. Excuse me. Please direct your questions to me.
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
All right.
Could you please find out if Mr. Moresco remembers the name of the person that sued the town to stop the filling of that floodplain and the building of the DPW barn there?
Your question seems outside the scope of the discussion here.
No, he just brought it up. I just want to know if he remembers the name of the person that did that.
All right. Is it him? Were you the person?
I want to hear it from Mr. Maresco.
Excuse me, do you know the answer to this question?
Maybe I do, but I want to know if he
excuse me,
knows.
do you know the answer to this question?
I do. Does he know?
Would you please tell us?
It's me, Joseph Pasevich, Wilson Road.
All right.
And it's nice to have the figure of $2.8 million that I helped save the town. Now, the next point I want to make, or question I have, Mr. Moderator, for Mr. Maresco, is he seemed to allude to the fact that this $1.8 million may not be needed in its entirety. Is that true?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Maresco?
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. I never said that at all. We have a contract that requires an additional $1,810,000 to build the building. If town meeting does not approve Article 35 tonight, then the contract cannot be signed and it goes out of effect tomorrow.
So my understanding, Mr. Moderator, is that then the only money we'll have to build the additional work, which we don't know what it is, no one's described. Wish someone would describe this additional work. But my understanding is that there'll only be $17.75 million for this addition if we don't approve this. Is that right?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Maresco?
Yeah, yes, I can. No, that information's wrong. There would be roughly $10,100,000 left to build the building.
Question?
I don't understand.
Well,
we have $10 million left. The cost is $19 million, and you're only asking for 1.8. I don't get the math.
All right.
The bottom line is this, Mr. Moderator. When we vote this, is that it? Is that going to be it for this project? Can someone tell me that?
I think they've already said that they cannot guarantee that that's the total cost. Feedback.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes. We have something interfering. I'm sorry for the feedback. I apologize for that. Go ahead. Well,
one more comment, if I may.
Brief comment, please, Mr. Pasevich. We're going to a vote here.
This warrant came out September the 2nd, and the advisory board just met today, and we're talking about the same figures. Wow. I can't believe this is being handled this way. This warrant is like 2 months old, or a month and a half old.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasevich. All right, seeing no other people at the mics, we're going to go to a vote. To pass this article will require a majority vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than a majority. We now turn to Article number 11, which is the first of the zoning articles by the Planning Board. I would recognize Mr. Guimond, Town Planner, and let me read Article number 11. And as we indicated, what's going to happen is that they are going to, well, I think it would be better at this point, is if you go ahead and give your overview, Mr. Guimond, concerning all 18 articles, and then I'll read Article number 11, and we'll take them one at a time thereafter. These are for Articles 11 through 28. This is his overview, or the Planning Board's overview. You have 16 minutes.
Do we have the PowerPoint up? Sound? Okay. Greg Guimond, Ice House Lane. The Planning Board held several meetings specifically discussing the zoning changes over the summer. The Planning Board held a public hearing on September 13th, 2021. 12 people attended the meeting. The Planning Board held a second public hearing on September 27th for the articles submitted by the Building Commissioner. One person attended the hearing. The Planning Board voted 5-0 in favor of all the zoning articles on September 27th. At the public hearing, several questions were asked. No requests for changes to the proposed zoning language was made at either of the hearings or at any of the meetings. Next slide. Articles 11 and 12. These two articles deal with minor clarifications and corrections to the standing sign requirements.
Mr. Guimond, can you speak up, please?
of 705B, covering industrial district, and 704D, covering the business district. The first change in both sections was to clarify the language that the bylaw matches how it has been interpreted by the building commissioner, that a pole sign has a front and a back, 2 sides, and that the size of the sign on each side is limited to 40 square feet. The second change in the industrial district section is to add the same language regarding the limitation to standing signs per lot to be 1, as same as the business district. There is no change to the existing size requirements within these 2 articles. Next slide. Article 13, currently the table of use under wholesale transportation and industrial uses does not have a designation, either by right, special permit, or prohibited, for number 21, large-scale ground-mounted solar facilities. This article clarifies that a large-scale solar farm could be built in the planned mixed-use development district by a special permit and would allow a solar farm by special permit in a water resource protection overlay only in the industrial, airport, and PMUD districts. Next slide. Article 14, this article would move Article 305, 1105, Planned Mixed-Use Development, from 305.11 to 305.1306, and renumber all references to the current 1105 to 1306. The planned mixed-use development is an overlay district that allows additional uses in the industrial district by means of a special permit process. This article would move the PMUD special permit language to sections 13, which is called superimposed districts, where the special permit language for all other overlay districts are currently located in. There is no changes other than the numbering in the PMUD language as part of this article. Next slide. Articles 15 and 16, Affordable Village in the PMUD. These 2 articles would create a new use category called Affordable Village that would be allowed only in a designated portion of the PMUD. The Affordable Village would allow duplex, triplex, fourplex units by special permit at a density of 3 units per acre, which is the density of the currently or recently completed Highland Green age-restricted units, which is across the street up that hill from the Boys and Girls Club. 20% of the units must be built as affordable under DHC guidelines and have resale restrictions to protect their long-term affordability. The affordable units would count towards the town's 10% requirement under Chapter 40B. It would also serve as a buffer between Modera 1, which is built, Modera 2, which is about to be submitted to the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the townhomes of the Seasons in Highland Green and the single-family homes on Seth Sprague Drive and Old Woodlot Lane. Affordable housing is a unit that meets specific income eligibility levels as defined by the state, which is households earning below 80% the median income for the Boston metropolitan area. Currently, the income level eligible to be an affordable unit would be $70,000 for a single person and $101,000 for a family of 4. Next slide. Article 15 is just adding that use category to the table of use. Article 16 makes several changes in the existing PMUD bylaw to allow the attached villages in specific districts as specific lots as identified on the screen behind me, and will also be shown on the following slide. The design of the affordable village shall have a lower density of duplex townhomes to the east side, increasing to triplex and fourplexes as you head west towards Modera. The attached duplex structures should be designed to appear as a larger single-family home than a standard side-by-side duplex dwelling. Why call this affordable village? It's because we have a clear state definition of what affordable housing is versus calling it something else and then trying to tie in that definition. Also, the intent of this special permit is to provide affordable units on site. Next slide. The area designated in the affordable village is shown in red, which is on the south side of Commerce Way, just above the area that's designated as town open space. It is approximately 10.6 acres in size, including a drainage basin, and could have between 26 and 30 units developed, with 5 or 6 of those units being affordable. The rest of the units in this development would be market rate. Next slide. Article 17 amends the existing mixed-use development definition. Next slide. Article 18 and 22 are changes dealing with the Brant Rock Village overlay. Article 18 deals with revising the existing definition of mixed-use district by adding Brant Rock Village overlay to that definition. Within this Article 18 definition change, you'll notice that we're also striking next to B1, business mixed-use zoning district. To avoid confusion, we're just going to call it B1 for the definition, and you can see in bold where we added the village overlay, Brant Rock Village overlay. Next slide. Article 22 on there is no changes to the existing overlay district boundaries, the density, or the building heights. What is being changed is to allow some residential uses on the first floor. Currently, you're not allowed to have residential uses on the first floor for parking, storage, and access. That the mixed-use buildings are allowed to be a full 3 stories or 35 feet. But the third floor needs to be set back 6 feet from the front and rear walls of the first 2 floors in order to reduce the visual height appearance. Commercial and residential parking must be provided on site, and it's recommended that residential parking be above the base floor elevation. And a straight 10% of the residential units must be affordable. The existing language referred back to a clause elsewhere in the bylaw that would allow a density bonus. The density is already 3 units per 10,000 square feet in that district, and we did not feel that we should have a density bonus, which is the reason for that change. Why is the planning board proposing these changes? It's basically based on comments that I have been hearing from various people over the past 5 years on what can be or what could not be done in the Brant Rock district, overlay district. Next slide. The photo on the left shows 304 Ocean Street, which is the closest example of how high these new buildings can be. That building is to the top of their main roof is 41 feet above the ground. The drawing to the right breaks down the height with the elevation at the old Arthur and Pat's site, which is 6 feet above 0. So when you talk about elevating something 12 feet in the air, in this case at Arthur and Pat's, you need to be up 6 feet from that 6-foot base elevation plus 1, and that would be your first floor. Next slide. Article 19 is a standalone corrective article to clarify mixed-use buildings are only allowed in the portion of the Water Resource Protection District that is within the PMUD. Articles 20 and 21 refer to residential above commercial in the downtown B1 district. The Article 20 is a new line in the table of use as shown below. Article 21 is the details and the requirements for the mixed-use residential above commercial development in the B1. It would be a special permit through the planning board at a maximum density of 10 units per acre, and 20% of the units are required to meet the state's affordable housing requirement. Again, a 6-foot setback is required on the 3rd floor from the first 2 floors, similar to the Brant Rock Village overlay. Next slide. The area is shown, the B1 district is outlined in red. It runs from basically Corner Cafe and Town Hall over to Twice as Ice and the McDonald's Funeral Home. So that's the width of it. It runs down Webster Street to past Parsonage Street to just past Garden Gate. Next slide. Article 23, this article makes several changes to the accessory apartment bylaw. Most notably, it removes the 3-year waiting period for new construction or substantial alterations or additions. It limits an accessory apartment to 1 bedroom, and it specifically states that the accessory apartment cannot be sold or transferred separately from the principal unit. Next slide. Article 24, this is a corrective action required by FEMA to remove Clause A, which is the non-residential structures such as boathouses, boatyards, structures designed for education and research, the nature of which requires their location with the floodplain district to be removed from the bylaw. By approving this change, the town will remain in the FEMA flood insurance program. Next slide. Articles 25, 26, these articles are corrective actions based on a recent court case to clarify what is a yield plan and how to determine density when applying for an open space residential special permit. The first article is to add the definition of the yield plan, and the second article changes the language on the density by removing the formula. You can see the strikeout shown below. Next slide. Article 27 would modify the existing table of use for medical, recreational, and combined marijuana facilities by changing the word facility to establishment. This change would match the titles for marijuana uses found in the state regulations and in the town's general bylaws with the zoning bylaw. There is no changes to the uses or zoning districts where these uses are as a part of this change. Next slide. This article would make 2 changes to the existing 1206. The first change would be to replace the word retailer in the text and with the word establishment. Retail is still an allowed use under this special permit. This would match, again, the state law, the zoning bylaw, and the town code. The second change under D3D would allow the recreational marijuana establishment to have cultivation as one of its related uses. Currently, we allow medical establishments to have the cultivation. This would allow the recreational marijuana establishments to have the same. With that, I have concluded the presentation.
Thank you very much. We now will go to each of these articles and discuss them and vote on them individually. We're now at Article 11. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 Zoning Bylaws Article Roman numeral 7, signs, in parentheses, authorizing changes to the sign bylaw in the industrial district, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 11 of the special town meeting warrant. Go to the advisory board, recognize Mr. Scollins.
Thank you. Tom Scollins, Advisory Board. If you allow me just 30 seconds for clarification. The Advisory Board met on October 5th where we discussed all the articles. We tabled 6 particular articles that we felt needed more discussion and research. That's what Mr. Polanski referenced earlier when we talked about Article 35, which was one of the 6, and then we came to a decision on those articles at 6 o'clock tonight. That meeting was posted. For Article 11, this allows for updated zoning bylaw sign specifications. The Advisory Board recommends approval of this article by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you very much. I'm informed that the Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to support this article. We'll now go to the floor for questions and comments. I see a gentleman at the rear microphone. Please, your name and address.
Good evening, Murphy, Ocean Street. Few questions about this article. Does this change totally the signage articles, signage rules that we have in town now, or is this just amending it?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond? Can you answer that question?
Yes.
Please.
All this is clarifying that a sign is two-sided for the standing pole signs. It's not making any other changes to the sign bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
I thought he said that. All right, any other questions? I don't see any. Mr. Gieman, would you be so kind as to tell us when you held, the planning board held the public hearing to report on the article?
September 13th.
Of this year?
This year.
Is that sufficient, Bob? What was the vote, please?
The planning board voted 5-0 in favor.
All right, thank you very much. Seeing no further people at either microphone, to pass this requires a 2/3 vote. All in favor of Article number 11, raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We now go to Article number 12. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article 7 signs in parentheses, clarifying that pole signs in the business district are limited to 2 signs, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 12 of the special town meeting warrant. I would recognize again Mr. Scollins of the Advisory Board.
Tom Scollins, Advisory Board. This article will also allow for the updated zoning bylaw sign specifications change. The Advisory Board recommends approval of this article by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you very much. Does he need to make that statement again? No. All right. I turn to the gentleman at the rear microphone. Your name and address, please.
Francis Hubbard, 11 Snowy Owl Lane. Mr. Moderator, if I could just ask the town planner to distinguish, if any, of the articles that they're presenting, transfers powers from the zoning board to the planning board.
We're discussing Article 12. Does this article, Mr. Guimond, involve a change of authority from one board to another?
No, it does not.
Right. So that question's beyond the scope of this article.
The only reason I'm raising it is because he gave a general presentation on all the articles.
So when we get to an individual article in which there is a transfer of authority or decision-making, I will ask Mr. Guimond to state that, okay?
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Seeing no other questions at either microphone, we'll go to a vote. This requires a 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We now go to we're now at Article 13. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 5, Table of Use Regulations in parentheses, clarifying where solar farms may be located, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 13 of the special town meeting warrant. At this time, I would recognize again Mr. Scollins, Advisory Board.
Tom Scollins, Advisory Board. I know you were just directed or asked a question about one vote for all of these particular articles. Is that okay, or expedite the process or not?
Let me ask you this. Has the Advisory Board voted to recommend all of these 18 zoning articles?
Yes, we have.
All right, and the vote with respect to all 18, was that unanimous?
It was.
All right, then with your permission, may I dispense with calling you, the Advisory Board, to announce that vote on each particular article and inform the town meeting that the Advisory Board is in favor of all 18 zoning articles, so you won't have to keep hopping up and down.
That would be fantastic.
So noted. All right. Questions at the rear microphone, your name and address, please.
My name is Robert Shaughnessy, 231 Hampstead Way. I am also the elected chair of the Board of Public Works. My question on Article 13, under the overlay, the MPD district for the solar farm for water resource protection overlay. At our last board meeting, there was a proposal that was going to come forward to us in the future to put a solar farm on Wheeler's Pit across from the high school, which is our best water supply in the town. I really don't want to have a solar farm where we drink the water and have a spill during any kind of installation of any kind of solar farm or maintenance that would get into our water supply. I'm against putting a designation to allow it in a water supply district.
All right. Does Mr. Guimond, can you respond to Mr. Shaughnessy's comment? That seems to be a valid concern.
Yes.
Please do.
So the planning board has issued several permits for solar farms. One of the concerns the planning board had was the panels and what chemicals could be in them. In both cases, the panels that were used did not have any chemicals that were concerns to the drinking water supply. The PMUD area that we have been told there's a possibility of having a solar farm is to the west of Modera on the south side of Commerce Way, right before you get to Enterprise Drive, which actually isn't in the Water Resource Protection District. The only open parcel that I am aware of is a VRT parcel up by Crown Automotive, but they're not talking about putting a solar farm there.
So,
Did that address Mr. Shaughnessy?
so my question is there a proposal to put anything on our water supply at the Wheeler's Pit?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes, and the answer is no.
Any additional questions?
Dave, you can get in a second. Okay. No, I'm just concerned about water supply in Marshfield with the new and more defined analytical tests that are out there. We're looking at parts per trillion on PFOS, which is a forever chemical, and you're not knowing where it's coming from. We need to protect our water supply. Marshfield has had a history of contamination in our wells, and I've been on the board since 2002 trying to protect our water supply. So I'm standing up here tonight making sure that we are protecting ourselves, from ourselves. Thank you. And Dave wants to say something.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shaughnessy. All right, I see another gentleman at the microphone. Please, your name and address.
David Carrier, 34 Outlook Road, Vice Chair of the Board of Public Works. I need to correct Mr. Guimond. We had a presentation to a couple of our board members the other night, except we did not have a quorum at the time, so we could not proceed. But there is proposals to, in fact, put photovoltaic units within the Wheeler's Pit, almost encompassing the entire area. The issue is not about what is in the solar panels themselves. The issue is about excluding the activities that have to take place to construct them, to maintain them, and support them. Tonight, we have another article, Article 10, which is to deal with trying to exclude PFAS from our water. That is 1,700,000 gallons per minute capability out of the 4 wells in the Furnace Brook Aquifer, part of Wheeler's Pit. I would propose an amendment that, in fact, we delete the special permit allowance for water resource protection districts.
Is that your amendment?
That is my amendment.
State it again, please, because we have to see how many words it is, and town council has to make certain that it's appropriate.
I vote to amend by remove line 21, large-scale ground-mounted photovoltaic installations.
Okay. Are you saying from the entire bylaw, or which portion of the bylaw?
Line 21.
All right. Mr. Guimond, can you respond to this proposed amendment?
Yes. Wheeler's Pit is in an R1 residential district. It is prohibited in the R1 district.
What is prohibited?
Solar farms are prohibited in the R1 district.
Does, Mr. Carrier, does that, hearing that, cause you to withdraw your amendment, or do you still want to pursue it?
First, I have to get a question answered. You are telling me that Wheeler's Pit qualifies in its entirety as R1.
All right. Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes. And yes.
He says, yes, it does.
In that case, I withdraw the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carrier. Recognize the gentleman behind you, then we'll go to a vote.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. I'm against this article being passed. I think it's kind of ironic that when we identify open areas of land, we're talking about finding ways to cover them with man-made structures like solar panels. When if you really care about the environment, you might want to try to conserve those parcels, get vegetation and trees to grow on them so we don't need as many solar panels, which are probably made in China, have a limited lifetime, and contain very dangerous chemicals, which could leach off of them into the soils in these WRPDs. So it's just kind of ironic. We're trying to cover land that we should be trying to get vegetated and grow trees because we're cutting everything down in this town at a rate that's unbelievable, this so-called green town of Marshfield. So I hope this doesn't pass, because this is just a way to create coverage over these areas that we should be trying to promote as green and develop as green space.
All right, thank you very much. I see a lady moving toward the microphone. Please, if you wish to address a particular article, get to the microphone, get there quickly, please. I'd rather see a line of you than wait for people to rise up out of their chair after I think, we're at the end of the discussion. All right, recognize the First Lady at the rear microphone.
Yana Lambert, 25 Liberty Road. Sorry for being late, but I thought it was going to be addressed in the amendment, and then I reread it, and it says, Article 13 explanation, I guess I'm asking for clarification, would allow a solar farm in the water resource protection overlay. I don't think we should have that. I mean, we have worked really hard as a town through our DPW to protect our most valuable resource, other than our people, of course, but that's our water. And I don't think that we should, I mean, I am totally in support of solar and the environment and all that other good, wonderful stuff, but I don't think we should be building solar farms in our water resource protection overlay. So if that's what this article is about, then I recommend voting against it, because I don't think we should be doing that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. The lady at the rear microphone.
311 Pine Street. I align with the person before me about protecting our water. This is what we've been doing for the last 20 years in purchasing land. But I would really like to hear from Mr. Carrier or Mr. Shaughnessy if they're in support of this article, or if the clarifications that were made make this article something we should table and talk about later.
Well, the article is being supported by, or being presented by the Planning Board.
Yes, but I would like to hear from the two who've been working on water for 20 years if they support this article or not.
All right, Mr. Shaughnessy has already stated, I believe, earlier, if what you're asking is just whether or not they're in favor of it, Mr. Shaughnessy, are you in favor of this article? He's not. Mr. Carrier, are you in favor of this article? I can't hear you, sir. You're not in favor of it. Both Mr. Shaughnessy and Mr. Carrier are not in favor of this. Do you have an additional question?
No, I would just offer my same comments as the speaker before me.
All right, thank you very much. There is a speaker at the front microphone. This will be the last speaker. We'll go to her vote.
Katie O'Donnell, 90 Summer Street. I'm a member of the Planning Board, but I'm speaking as an individual. That the Planning Board, we've had a lot of discussions about solar in the past, and because it is a water resource protection district, does not mean that it will not be developed. These are privately owned, and other things can happen here. And when we're talking about a ground-mounted solar installation, that could be over a parking lot for a commercial use. Okay, solar has come a long way. This would obviously be permitted, and solar is much safer. But I'm very disturbed by all of the comments about how dangerous solar energy is when we know that we need to be moving in a greener way in the future. So I would just make those notes that the Planning Board cares very much about water protection in this town.
Thank you very much. All right, this article will take 2/3 vote to pass. It is a zoning article. So all those in favor of article number 13, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Let's do that one more time. All those in favor of article number 13, get your hands up. All those opposed? I hereby declare that the article is defeated. It did not get a 2/3 majority vote. Obviously, if any of you question my vote, or 5 of you question my vote, standing, we can go to an actual standing vote if you prefer. I see one gentleman standing. We got 2 gentlemen standing. You need 3 more. 1, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we're going to go to a standing vote with respect to this. We have 6 sections. So we're going, all you counters and tellers, please go to your respective sections, and we'll take first the vote in favor of the amendment. So all those in favor of Article 13 in section number 1, please stand. All right, all those in section number 2 in favor of the article, please stand. All those in in section number 3 in favor of the article, please stand. All those in section 4 in favor of the article, please stand. All those in favor of article number 5, please stand. In section number 5, please stand. Yeah. Well, okay, we'll vote again. Section number 6, all those in favor of Article 13, please stand. Okay, it's been brought to my attention that the town meeting members in section number 1 were confused about what they were voting for. So we're going to take section number 1's count again. All those in section number 1 in favor of Article 13, please stand. All right, are we good? All set? All right, article number 1, how many in favor? Or section number 1, why do I keep saying it? Section number 1. How many? 6. Section number 2. 14. Section number 3. Say it again. 15. 1-5. Section number 4. 13. Section number 5. 23. Section number 6. 16.
And the front tables are number 8.
The front tables, number 8. All right, all those opposed to article number 13, please stand. And every section can please stand this time. We'll go a little faster. If you are opposed to article number 13, regardless of your section, please stand. Once you've been counted, you can sit down. All right, section 1. 17. Section 2. 7. Section 3. 9. Section 4. 13. Section 5. 11. Section 6, 14, and the front tables, 0. Naris?
I'm sorry?
0. All right, so what's the total vote? I can't see it. It needs 2/3 to pass.
57% to 42%. 95%.
57%. The article fails. On now to article number 14. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 11 and Roman numeral 13, planned mixed-use development as set forth under Article 14 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard that the advisory board is in favor. The Board of Selectmen voted unanimously to support this. I go to the floor for any questions, comments that you might have. Please go to the mic. I don't see anyone at either mic. I don't see anyone approaching either microphone, so we'll go directly to a vote. This requires a 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go to article number 15. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 5, table of use regulations in parentheses by adding a new use, affordable villages, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 15 of the special town meeting warrant. The advisory board's in favor, selectmen are in favor. We go to the floor. I don't see anyone at either microphone. I see a gentleman moving in the direction of one. No? All right, we'll go directly to a vote. This requires 2/3 for passage. All in favor of Article 15, raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go to Article 16. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article 11, planned mixed-use development, in parentheses, modifying the existing PMUD section by changing the residential caps, removing residential units created by the Chapter 40B process from the cap, and allowing affordable village development along the south side of Commerce Way, etc., close parentheses, as set forth under Article 16 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard the advisory board, the Board of Selectmen are unanimously in support of this. I see a gentleman at the rear, let's see, I see a person at the rear microphone. Please say your name and address.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. Mr. Moderator, it's very unfortunate that such a lengthy and complex article is being put before us at this time with some grave and long-term impacts that we just don't know. So I'd like to maybe at least start out by finding, I like the planning board. They're probably one of the most intelligent boards in the town. It really is. But what is the planning board's estimate or knowledge of the proposed Moderna 2 development? How many units is that?
Excuse me, hang on just a moment. Is that within the scope of this? What does it have to do with this particular article, Mr. Pasevich?
Because it talks about mixing the village with possible 40B developments, and it says the 40B caps will not be applied to this area. So I'm wondering what...
Mr. Guimond, can you answer or address Mr. Pasevich's question, as maybe inartful as it is?
I will try. So the reason that there's a reference to 40B cap is because several years ago, when we had passed the residential above and age restricted in the PMUD, there was a total number of units, which I believe was 72. We are changing that cap, and we're removing the 40Bs from that cap because after Modera 1 came in, Town Council had given the Planning Board an opinion that said the cap has been reached by Modera. Now, Modera is an override of local zoning from the state's Chapter 40B. So it does not count on zoning. This is a zoning article, and we are specifically saying that the 40Bs are not capping, and we're reducing the total units allowed in this PMUD from the 72 to like 62.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The affordable units in the affordable village, all 5 or 6 of them, will count towards the town's 40B requirement, but we're not mixing or matching with the Modera projects.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Pasevich?
Not completely, because it sounds like what the planner is saying is that the 40B units, since they don't count to the as part of the, they don't count towards the cap number, that means there's a cap number, then 40B units on top of that. Is that correct? I'm trying to find out.
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes. And yes, the cap is now 65 for the PMUD for residential units. That cap is on the affordable village, the age restricted, and the residential above commercial.
But my understanding is that...
hang on, Mr. Pasevich. All right. How is he doing with time? I can't see the clock. You have 26 seconds, sir.
I'm sorry, I don't see 20. Oh, I see. But it sounds like the 40B units are then on top of that. One last question. What does the planner think the possibility is for the need to run a sewer pipe up into the PMUD with all this development? Has that been considered?
All right, that'll be the final question. Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes.
Please.
The 2 Modera projects each will have their own separate wastewater treatment systems. The Affordable Village, just like the Seasons and Highland Green, will have their own wastewater systems.
All right, thank you very much. We're going now to a vote. Passage of this particular article requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 16, please raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go to Article 17. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, Zoning Bylaws, Article Roman numeral 2, Definitions, in parentheses, by removing the definition of dwelling, mixed use, and replacing the current definition of mixed-use building, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 17 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard the advisory board, the Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support of this. Requires a 2/3 vote for passage. I see no one at either microphone. Will go directly to a vote. All those in favor of Article 17, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go to Article number 18. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 2, definitions, in parentheses, by replacing the current definition of mixed-use district, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 18 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The selectmen are unanimous in their support of this article. I see no questions or comments from the floor. We'll go directly to a vote. This requires 2/3 vote for passage. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go now to Article number 19. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 5, table of use regulations, as set forth under Article 19 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The selectmen are unanimous in their support of this article. I see no one at either microphone. We'll go directly to a vote. This requires 2/3. A vote for passage. All those in favor of Article number 19, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. Article number 20. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 5, table of use regulations, as set forth under Article 20 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support this article. I don't see anyone. Are you moving to the microphone? The gentleman at the rear microphone.
Mr. Moderator, Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. I'm kind of confused. I'm seeing that Articles 18, 19, 20, 21 all have to do with B1, how we handle B1 districts. And it's making me think that if you vote for any of these, you're going to have mixed-use developments in B1 districts. Am I correct?
Mr. Guimond, can you answer that question? And we're going to confine it to Article 20. We're not going to discuss the previous articles that have already been passed.
Yes.
Would you please answer?
Yes, Articles 20 and 21 are for the B1 district. Changes to the B1 district to allow the residential above the commercial.
Do you have any other questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Thank you. But it's just like an article. I know I'm not discussing the other articles preceding, but I'm just saying it comes up in each one of these 4 articles, and I'm wondering. I'll save my comments for Article 21. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Seeing no one else, please take the bag off the mic. Seeing no one else at a microphone, we'll go directly to a vote. It costs a 2/3 vote for passage of Article 20. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go now to Article 21. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 11, special permit conditions in parentheses, by adding a new Section 16, mixed-use buildings in the B1 zoning district, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 21 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen unanimously support this article. Recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone.
Hello, Joe Pasevich. I refer everybody here, if you didn't get it, there was a handout as you came into the meeting tonight. It's a map. It's the title of the map is Article 21, B1 District, Area of Mixed-Use Buildings. Please vote this article down. Just based on this map, What they're saying is going to happen is you're going to have residential and commercial buildings in the so-called downtown area. And not just the downtown area, my friends, all the way down Webster Street past Parsonage Street. Does anybody have any clue what that could mean to traffic and congestion in the so-called downtown area? Has anybody had to wait in line on Webster Street? Has anybody had to wait in line on Ocean Street coming and going from that area? And now, according to the article, this is going to assist with the reinvestment and redevelopment of the downtown. We went through this before with a 40Q proposal years ago, where they wanted to do the same thing. And nobody thought about how people were going to get in and out of the area and what kind of congestion was going to be created. All they could say was, well, there'll be people going out at night to go and have a drink and a hamburger. Sorry, the price is too high. Getting in and out of the downtown area now is getting next to impossible.
Time's up, Mr. Pasevich. Thank you. All right, I see the lady behind you. Thank you for taking that mask off and put that new bag on. And then I see one more person at the front microphone, then we'll go to a vote.
Pam Keith, Smoke Hill Ridge. I have some questions on B1. It says properties that meet the minimum lot and dimensional requirements, 10 units per acre. I noticed when we were just doing some PMUD stuff, we're talking about, I guess, like townhomes or attached homes that were 3 units per acre. So I'm wondering, what is the minimum lot and dimensional requirements for the 10 units?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes, in one moment.
All right, please do.
Minimum lot area in the B1 is 10,000 square feet. The width of the lot is 100. The depth of the lot is 100. Front 5-foot setback, no side yard setbacks, 10-foot setback in the rear. And the maximum building height is 35 feet or 3 stories.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Key? Can you turn her mic on? Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out then so 10 units is, so if many lots, the minimum lot is 10,000 square feet, then you go down to the next thing where you'd be making, I guess, 2 units. But what I'm trying to, then what my next question is how many of these properties have a full acre?
Answer that question, Mr. Guimond.
I can give an estimate.
He'll provide an estimate. Go ahead, please.
15.
15. Do you have another question?
Well, then, so 15 times, if you were to do 10, we're talking 150 units possibly. And then my other question then is, how many potential units in this entire area?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
No, because I do not know how many parcels would apply.
He cannot answer that question.
Okay. Another somewhat possibly minor question. These lines, as they go down Webster Street, travel through parcels and even through like the neighborhood that's residential. Is that, you know, where do those parcels really fall in this?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
The red line, especially as you travel down Webster Street, it actually crosses right through buildings that are on parcels, so it like divides the parcel. I mean, is this line exact? Where do those fall? I mean, you're looking at residential area, and you've got like 2 units, two lots that are right up abutting the residential area that appear to fall into this mixed use. I mean, you'd be mixing a neighborhood, one abutter to another.
All right. Do you want to comment, Mr. Guimond, or I guess address the point she's raising?
Yes, along Webster Street, there is a specific footage. I do not have a zoning map with me. It's in the 200 to 250 foot depth range for that district. The map is not exact as shown for parcel lines, and in case where parcels are being split, the zoning commissioner would be, building commissioner would be involved in determining which way the lot would be.
All right. Do you have a final question? Yeah, your time's up here.
I'd just like to make the comment that I think we should vote no. This seems to be an awful lot of units in this area. And like I said, 150 possibly just on the 1 acre units and then more after that. So I think we should vote no for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Keith. All right, I'll go to the lady at the front microphone now. Someone stood up behind her. I'm telling you, if you want to address this article, please get to the microphones now. Don't wait. Just recognize the lady at the front microphone.
Catherine Rossmore, 23 Wamsutta Path. Rising in support of this article, I think allowing a proposed residential use over a commercial use is a really good planning tool, especially as the community ages. You enable people to be able to walk, to get a newspaper, a cup of coffee from a residential unit. It's what exists in downtown Scituate, and it's what's missing in a lot of our suburbs is that people have to get in cars and go to a place just to get a cup of coffee or a newspaper. And I think if you look at towns that have walking centers, this is a great idea, and I support it.
Thank you. Gentleman in the baseball cap, front microphone. Now someone's gotten up again. All right, now that's it. You were the last one. I will not recognize anyone after you, sir. All right.
Jeremy Devaney, Maryland Street. I rise tonight as the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, our Economic Development Committee. We've taken an internal vote. We support this measure as we see it as an important first step in moving our town center forward so that we can create a better, more walkable community in our town center. Additionally, we think that these measures are well aligned with our continued focus around revitalization in our commercial centers of Brant Rock, the PUMD, and Town Center. Taken as a whole, we think these measures move our town forward in the right direction, and it does not set aside our responsibility as a town to continue the debate and discussion around our water resources, our town's commutability, and our other transportation resources and infrastructure resources as we move forward. This just sets the framework that we need so we can continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one at the microphones, we're going to go directly to a vote. This requires 2/3 for passage. All in favor of Article number 21, raise your hand. All you're opposed. It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We turn now to Article number 22. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code. What? Excuse me? All right, I want to accept that. That was clearly, excuse me. It passed by more than 2/3, sir. There's no confusion here at all, and I'm not going to delay the meeting by requiring a standing vote when the vote isn't close. We had a close vote before. Excuse me. We're going to go to Article number 22. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, Zoning Bylaws, Article Roman numeral 13, Superimposed Districts, in parentheses, by amending the Brant Rock Village Overlay District provision, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 22 of the Special Town Meeting warrant. You've heard from the Advisory Board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support of this article. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? Mr. Guimond.
Mr. Moderator, this is the article that transfers the reviewing from the Board of Appeals to the Planning Board.
All right, there was a gentleman that raised that particular point. Sir, do you want to go to a microphone? Mr. Guimond's pointing out that there is a transfer of authority here. So please get to one of the microphones. So recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone.
All right, Francis Hubbard, 11 Snow Valley Lane. Mr. Guimond, is this the only article that transfers power?
Direct your questions to me,
Sorry,
please.
Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you answer that question? Yeah, he can. He's going to give you an answer.
Yes, this is the only article.
What did you have from the Zoning Board of Appeals on this transfer of power? Was it addressed at a, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to know whether it was addressed at a Zoning Board of Appeals hearing or meeting, or how is the process handled for the communication of this?
Can you give us a brief explanation in that regard, Mr. Guimond?
The planning board held multiple meetings and 2 public hearings. We did not get any comments from the Board of Appeals regarding the transfer. As far as why this transfer was suggested, the planning board has been the board dealing with floodplain map changes. The Brant Rock Village overlay is definitely in the floodplain and is going to have to be thought about. The planning board is also the board that has been involved in the mixed-use commercial with residential above. So the thought was to transfer the special permit for all commercial with residential above to the planning board.
Does that answer your question, sir?
Just one clarification. So there was no formal procedure as for seeking input from the Zoning Board of Appeals?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
No.
He cannot answer that. And I don't see anyone here from the Zoning Board of Appeals that would like to help the meeting in this regard. If so, please go to one of the microphones. I'm sorry, he can't answer your question, sir.
No problem.
All right, seeing no other questions, well, is there someone moving to the rear microphone? Again, if you want to address this article, please get to the microphones now. Don't wait. You can maintain social distance and still get out of your chair. All right, I recognize the person at the rear microphone.
Pam Keith, Smoke Hill Ridge. I want to make the comment that the zoning board can't be trusted. So that's another reason why we should move this to the planning board, along with just about everything else. We should move to the planning board from the zoning board. I'm sorry if that wastes anyone's time. Otherwise, I'd also like to make one more comment that it seems as though we're going out of our way in Brant Rock Overlay District to accommodate one particular owner and builder, and a lot of people use the word spot zoning, and I feel that this seems to be spot zoning down there, and it's excessive. We voted on this before. I might have even voted on it. But this one particular building that we had a nice drawing of, when you think about it, the height of it and the size of it being all one unit, it's like a gigantic wall down there. And those other buildings are big, like the picture that we had there, but they're broken up and there's a little space in between. And I don't know if there's something that can be done when we plan, if the building does go ahead and get built, but if there's some type of breaking up or something that can be done. I just can't imagine living down there and seeing this really, really big, really tall building. Thank you.
Ms. Keith, are you in favor or against this particular article?
I'm against. I mean, again, we changed it in the past, and so certain things exist already, but I just think it's a bad plan. It just seems overly large, and with the flood situation down there, because everything is so high in the air, it's just a very, very excessive large building. If everything was all big all at the same time, I guess, then I guess we'd just have a huge Brant Rock Esplanade, and maybe that would be okay. But right now, people live down there, and this thing's going to be massive, what we're planning. But thank you.
Ms. Keith. I recognize the gentleman at the front microphone.
Jeremy Devaney, Maryland Street. Again, I rise as the chair of the Economic Development Committee for the Marshfield Chamber of Commerce. We're in support of this measure. Again, we think it does a strong first step to move the framework forward for the town of Marshfield, particularly for the Brant Rock Village Overlay District, in revitalizing the district, in bringing additional housing units to the district, creating a more walkable district. Please support the measure.
I'm going to the rear microphone. Recognize the lady at the rear microphone.
Mary Murphy, 252 Ocean Street. I have a couple of questions for the planner. The first is, how many properties are on the BRVO?
Say your question again, please.
How many properties are in the BRVO exactly?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Not with an exact number.
An estimate without guessing.
Approximately 30 properties.
Thank you. And another question, how many properties of those 30 meet the 10,000 square feet?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Not specifically.
You give an estimate without guessing.
No, I will not guess.
He can't give you an answer. I'm sorry.
Okay. I find that very hard to believe, but okay. I'm just curious. I'd like to make an amendment because I think I know how many are available right now, and there's not that many. And so I'd like to make an amendment if I can.
Well, let's hear the nature of your amendment, and we'll determine together whether it's appropriate or not.
Sure. I just am looking to strike number 3, lot size. The minimum lot size for mixed use is 10,000 square feet, and I would just like to strike that sentence.
All right, hang on just a moment. Don't go anywhere. I have to turn first to town council. Is that within the scope of the article, and is that a legal amendment?
Hello? What would you propose the lot size to be if this is stricken? Because you're taking out one piece of a very large puzzle, and without it, we wouldn't know the answer to that question.
So it's not necessarily I mean, if the planner doesn't know how many lots are 10,000 square feet, I can tell you that many of them are not. And with the BRVO, there hasn't really been any activity. So it seems like it's for a very slight few, this article, and I'm just curious if we could just strike that, because you might actually see more development as a planner.
The effect of that would be that there's no minimum lot size, and I don't think that is consistent with what you're looking to do.
Correct, correct. I just would say there's no minimum lot size for the BRVO overlay.
I've never heard of anything like that. That means that if somebody has a lot that has 500 square feet and they were able to meet the other dimensional requirements, you could build a building?
Correct.
Is that an appropriate amendment?
I honestly think it makes no sense, but I think that the voters could vote to delete this. I would warn you that deleting something like this is likely to have very unintended consequences and doesn't seem to be, in my view, well thought out or reasoned.
Well,
all right,
again,
hang on, please. It's not a dialogue between the two of you, okay? All right, we have an amendment on the floor. The amendment is to delete the 10,000 square foot amount that's specified in the bylaw. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, unless you want me to...
No, hang on. All right. Well, I don't think it needs to be reduced to writing. I think we have it. So we're going to have is there any further discussion on the amendment? Not on the articles and the merits of the article itself, but on the amendment. Is there any further discussion? Well, let's get up here, please. What's the score?
6-0, Red Sox.
Hello?
Excuse me if I could just interrupt for just a moment. I've just been handed some very important information. The bottom of the second inning, a Red Sox 6, Houston 0. Please go ahead, sir.
I lost my train of thought now. You blew me through. As far as the amendment goes, I feel that this is something that...
Your name, please, and your address.
Murphy, Ocean Street. I also live in the Village Association, Brant Rock Overlay District, whatever we want to call. I know the area very well. I know this article is very, very restrictive. Possibly 2 or 3 land parcels in the whole of the Village Overlay District actually meets the 10,000 square foot setback here. So the Village Overlay District covers all of Brant Rock, and yet we're only saying 3 lots can be built because the rest of us only have 7,500, 2,500, 3,000. So I say that this is for the entire Village Overlay District, not just some 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 properties. And I am for this, and I would approve of this.
All right, well, we're talking about the amendment only, Mr. Murphy.
That's what I'm talking about, the amendment. The size of the lot. The size of the lot, 10,000 square feet, should be smaller than 10,000 square feet. If it has to be...
The amendment is just going to do away with any dimension. It's
Correct.
removing 10,000. It can be a 50-foot lot.
50-foot lot is not going to fit in with the setbacks and the criteria, and we all know that. Okay, we're actually talking about something smaller than 10,000, probably bigger than 5,000. But you all know that that is, and to be disingenuous and say that you're only going to build on a 50-foot lot, you know that's never going to happen. This is just letting people that already have houses or buildings or structures in this zone, which you are approving or has already been approved, we would like to be included with the other larger 10,000 square foot lots.
All right, I have your point.
I am voting for this.
The amendment.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We're going to go, the people standing behind her, do you wish to address the amendment, not the underlying article? No. All right, so this amendment, what's the majority vote?
2/3.
2/3 on the amendment? Yeah. On the amendment, a majority vote is required. So if you are in support of the lady's amendment to delete the 10,000 square foot dimension, please raise your hand. If you are opposed, please raise your hand. Amendment's defeated. All right, we're back to the underlying article. Recognize the lady at the rear microphone.
Quick statement. My name is Daly. I live on Bradford Street, and my concern is bringing such a huge monstrosity into Brant Rock when we already have no parking, and that goes from Wednesday through Sunday. You can barely drive through Brant Rock because the cars have nowhere to park. So initially, there is not enough parking available, and we're talking about bringing in, I think you mentioned 30 housing, so that would be 2 cars per property, and that's 60 more cars. Where are they going to go? And then on top of that, we are flooded out every winter, and where do they go from there also? There's no parking. Is there a plan for parking?
So your question is there a plan for parking?
That is correct.
All right,
and
can
I'll
you-
just end it on.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I vote no for this, and I would ask people to vote no.
Well, let me see if I can get you an answer to your question. Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimont?
One of the changes with the bylaw is requiring for the developments to have parking on their own properties and not use the Esplanade parking, which is currently allowed by the current bylaw. The recommendation of the planning board is that the residential parking be above the base flood elevation. That could happen depending on the design of the project that is brought forward, which would be a special permit, which we would review with public hearings, feedback, and the planning board could approve with conditions, or deny based on the findings and what is submitted.
All right, does that answer your question?
I just want to confirm so that you're asking for a vote on an article that is currently has no plan in place for parking. Is that correct?
I think he responded that they were going to make provisions that the parking had to be on the same unit as the structure. Is that correct?
Same property.
Same property.
So but it has not been approved. So it's not in place. Is that correct?
Okay. Mr. Guimond?
Nothing has been filed yet for a special permit, so nothing can be approved yet.
All right. Do you have a further question?
No, just confirming that there's no plan in place for parking.
All right.
Thank you.
Are you urging the defeat of this this article?
I vote no.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The gentleman behind you.
Chris White, Jedediah's Path, also a member of the Marshfield Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, and I'm in support of this article, as is the Chamber Board, which voted unanimously last Thursday to support it. We see this as the best opportunity for the revitalization of Brant Rock. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The next gentleman in line, rear microphone, please remove the, thank you, and put a new one on.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Stephen Drasopoulos of Ocean Street. This is a great article to say yes to, Mr. Moderator. Brant Rock is well overdue for some great changes down in that area, especially from the months of April to, we'll say, September, or May through September. It's a big attraction down there, and there's a lot of potential. And Brant Rock Association does a great job right now with what the Esplanade is. But again, there's such potential down there that Brant Rock could use such a great development. Mr. Guimond and the planning board has worked very hard on changing the height restrictions for the flood elevation. And FEMA, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Moderator, that FEMA was around 17 feet to actually start. And the planning board and Mr. Guimond fought to reduce that. So when we're now 12 feet with the 2.5 stories, we're now actually gaining 5 feet. So to get that extra half a level to make it 3 feet is extremely beneficial. And I hope everyone does consider that, Mr. Moderator, and to vote yes on this article.
Thank you very much. Recognize the gentleman behind you. Please take the bag off the, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Nick Drasopoulos Jr., Ames Way and Ocean Street. I just want to thank the Planning Board for putting this article in front of us. To answer the madam's question about parking, our projected project is to increase the Brant Rock parking by over 300 parking spots in the Brant Rock district, so everyone would be more than happy with that proposal. I am in favor of this. Brant Rock is well overdue for revitalization. My family has been in this town for over 40 years. Brant Rock is the heart, I feel, of Marshfield, and I am in support of this article. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, sir. Recognize the gentleman with the rear microphone.
Eric Murphy, Ocean Street. I am against this article simply because, you know, I agree with the Drasopoulos. Brant Rock does need some improvements, does need some money added to it, which is what I thought we were doing 5 years ago when we changed the zoning to allow for mixed use and 2.5 stories tall. My question is that on top of stilts, 3 stories tall, I believe we're looking at 47 feet to the peak of the roof. My question is for the fire chief or the fire department here. Have they spoken? Are they going to be able to rescue or put out a fire with 4 feet of water in the esplanade?
Well, I don't know. Well, hang on. Is there anyone here, is the chief of the fire department here, or anyone here to speak on behalf of the fire department? Recognize the chief. Thank you very much.
Simpson, Fire Chief. Give me that question again, please.
By my calculations, on top of pilings, 3 stories, the height of the building would be 47 feet tall. Is it possible for you and your fire department to do large-scale rescues for, say, 40 units during a storm of 4 foot to 5 foot deep water?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you have any more questions for him before he leaves?
I do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Now, as you all know, Grand Rock floods almost every new moon, every full moon. It's not really conducive to parking, and we're adding an extra story, which is going to double, or an extra half story, which would equal a full story, which would double the parking going on there now. I would like to propose an amendment to this article, Section K. I would like to propose where it says, it is recommended that residential parking be located above mean flood elevation. I would like to delete recommended that residential parking and insert residential parking must be located above base flood plain. Because if the parking is underneath the building, there will be 100 cars in 2 o'clock in the morning at high tide, and no one's coming down to move them. So,
all right. Would you state your amendment, please? Go very slowly, because the town council has to hear it, and then we have to make certain it's within the scope of the article and it's a legal amendment. So go very slowly.
Section K, 2/3 down. It is recommended that residential parking be located above the base flood elevation. I would like to scratch, it is recommended that residential parking, and turn it to residential parking must be above base flood plain. So any overnight parking needs to be above the flood plain.
All right, hang on just a moment. He needs to confer with the planner. You're just going to have to bear with us. Any further updates on the baseball game? It hasn't changed, I'm told. Still 6-0 Sox. It's the top of the third. All right, I would recognize Mr. Guimond, Town Planner, in response to your amendment.
A suggested, possibly cleaner way to do it, to replace the word recommended with required. It is required that residential parking be located above the base flood elevation.
Would that satisfy you, sir?
That would satisfy me.
All right,
yes.
Why don't we go with the more simple, more direct amendment? All right, there's amendment on the floor then to change recommended to required. I will hear discussion from the floor on the amendment and the amendment only, not the underlying article. changing recommended to required. I would notice the lady, call upon the lady at the rear microphone.
Pam Keith, Smoke Hill Ridge. I just want to tie in then, the owner made a comment of 300 parking spaces in the area. I don't know if any of those are residential, but can we have an idea then where those are supposed to be? And I'm just trying to get a sense of if things are supposed to be above the floodplain, we'd be filling something possibly somewhere?
Ms. Keith, we're only talking about the amendment, changing recommended to required. I think that really goes to the merits of the article itself.
No, not completely, because the things may be mixed. I don't know these 300 spaces, where he was talking about having some of them. Are they right where the unit's going to be? I just want an explanation, because they could overlap each other.
Mr. Guimond, can you comment at all with respect to that?
I will try to answer the question. Not having a specific project before us, a majority of the parking spaces would be for the commercial uses or the restaurant uses. They would not have to be above base flood elevation. This would only require the residential parking to be above the base floor flood elevation. So if you had the building on your pilings, your lower level, the ground level, would be your commercial parking. The residential level would have to be up on that first level where the commercial shops are, and that would require a ramp.
All right. Answer your question.
That would require a what? I couldn't, sorry.
All right.
A ramp?
Ramp?
A ramp.
A ramp.
Cars
could get up from that base ground elevation up to that first floor.
So are we talking like parking garage type thing?
Again, without having a proposal, it's hard to say. They could do it possibly by a parking garage in the rear. I'm thinking one way you could do it is like the mixed-use buildings that are near the Roach Brothers, where the two dentist offices are in the front. That's your commercial space. And if you drive around back, it's the garages for the residential units above.
Okay, Ms. Keith, I think that answers your question. Are you in favor of this amendment or not?
It doesn't fully answer my question. My question tied into these 300 parking spaces, too.
I rule that it was pertinent to your questions.
And
are you in favor of the amendment that's changing recommended to required or not?
Sure. If it makes it harder for them to build, I'm all for it.
All right. Thank you. Let's go to the lady behind you. Now, if there are people that want to speak on the amendment, we're not talking about the underlying article, just the amendment changing the word recommended to required, then you should be in line.
I'm in line. So I just want to first vote.
I would like you to state your name and your address, please.
Sure. Mary Murphy. I'm at 252 Ocean Street, and I would like to vote for this amendment. I do believe that there is an issue with parking in Brant Rock, and I think it's super important that we make it crystal clear.
All right, thank you. I have a gentleman at the front microphone. Now, you've talked, Mr. Drasopoulos, on the underlying article, so the only reason I can, or only way I can recognize you, if you're going to talk about the amendment and the amendment only, because you're not allowed to talk twice on the article.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, thank you.
Name and address, please.
Stephen Drasopoulos, 277 Ocean Street. A question, Mr. Moderator. Is this request based on the 3 full stories? If it gets passed, does this take effect if it does not pass at 2.5 stories?
Well, I can't answer that question. Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
This would only take effect if these zoning changes pass. That's my understanding.
There's your answer. And please take the mask away from the microphone, Mr. Gisopoulos. All right, we're going to the rear microphone. Recognize the lady at the rear microphone. On the amendment only. Do you wish the amendment? No. Okay. Gentleman at the front microphone, do you wish to address the amendment?
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address.
Jeremy Devaney, Maryland Street. Mr. Moderator, point of information. Are any other flood zone properties restricted in their parking? Are other residential units allowed to build new units in a flood zone with parking on grade?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes, and no, there are no restrictions on a single-family house or anybody else currently that is building. They are not required to put their residential parking above the base flood elevation.
All right, we have two people standing at the rear microphone. That'll be it on the amendment. We're going to vote on the amendment, and then I think we really have heard enough on the underlying article as well. But let's go to the lady at the rear microphone and the lady behind her. That's the last two. No, excuse me, don't anyone else go to the microphone. You won't be recognized. Thank you. No, thank you.
Jessica Joyce, 149 Old Barn Path, but I just want to clarify this is not in relation to the amendment. So is it okay to?
No, you have to speak on the amendment only.
Okay, well, I was in line before that started, so
Well,
no further comment.
Yeah, you won't lose your place. You just go to the back of the line. Okay, there was one other lady at the front, at the rear microphone, wanting to talk on the amendment. Not on the amendment. No, I said that was it. All right, so we're going to vote on the amendment right now. To pass the amendment, changing the words, the word recommended to required, we'll take what, a majority vote? Bob, a majority vote? On the amendment, yeah. Take a majority. What's your point of order? Who's saying point of order? Yes?
Nick Drosopoulos, Amesway. Is this amendment requiring all?
No, I'm sorry. I cut off debate, Mr. Drosopoulos. I'm sorry. Thank you.
I think this is pertinent to the amendment that we're about to vote on.
Excuse me. I'm sure it is, but we have to move on here. Thank you very much. We're going to vote on the amendment. It requires a majority vote. All in favor of the amendment, which is going to change the word recommend to required, raise your hands. All those opposed? Oh, let's do it one more time. All those in favor of the amendment, raise your hands. All those opposed? This is close. All right, we'll go to a standing vote. All right, all those in favor of the amendment, please stand and be counted. All right. After you've been counted, you can sit down. All those opposed to the amendment, please stand. All right. After you've been counted, you can please sit down. Are we all set, tellers? All right, we'll go first of all to the votes in favor of the amendment. Section 1. 11. Section 2. 12. Section 3. 12. Section 4. 11. Section 5. 17, Section 6, 19, front of the room. 1. All right. Now let's go to the votes that are opposed to the amendment. Section 1, 8. Section 2, what? 10. Section 3, 10. Section 4, 10. Section 5, 11. Section 6, 13. Front of the room, 6. So I can't see the totals from where I am, so you'll have to tell me, did it pass by majority? Yes. What? It passed. All right, the amendment passed. We're now going to go to the article as amended. Is there any further discussion or questions from the floor? If so, please get to the microphones now. You can maintain your social distancing, but please still get up there. Recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone.
Steve Lynch, 50 Central Street, Brant Rock. So I have some questions. The land directly behind the west side of the Esplanade, is that conservation land? Does it have a conservation restriction on it?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Looking for the map. Hold on.
Hang on just a moment, Mr. Lynch.
To the west side. Are you referring to the land west of Town Pier Road?
No, I'm referring to the land west of the Esplanade, the island in the Esplanade, behind the property in question where we're going to develop these new 3-story buildings.
There is town land behind the Arthur and Pat's section of the Brant Rock Esplanade. There is town land behind that.
You have another question, Mr. Lynch?
Is the land directly behind those lots of wetland?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
I am not the conservation agent, but I believe they are wetland.
Is Mr. Hang on just a moment, sir. Is Mr. Grafton here? Mr. Grafton, could you come over here, please?
Hi.
Mr. Grafton, can you answer that question?
Yeah, the majority is salt marsh behind those properties.
All right, and are they
It's also Berry Beach, Coastal Dune.
All right, and are they considered wetlands?
Salt marsh is wetlands.
All right. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. Mr. Lynch, you have another question?
So has the planning board received any plans for this project on that side of the road as to say where the 300 parking spaces are going to be put?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes.
Who?
No plans have been submitted to the planning board.
All right. Do you have another question, Mr. Lynch?
Well, obviously, are familiar with that area since you helped write these new zoning laws. So where is there an area where you could put a 300-space parking lot in the Brant Rock Esplanade?
Mr. Lynch, it's being pointed out to me, you're really going beyond the scope of this article.
The developer says he wants to put in 300 parking spaces. I want to know if the planning board knows where there's a spot to put them.
Hang on just a moment. All right, Mr. Guimond, we'll try one more time, Mr. Lynch. Can you answer that question? You can.
I cannot.
Mr. Lynch, Do you have a further question or a comment, sir? We want to move on.
That space down there on the west side of the Esplanade needs to be developed into something. But we need to control what the development is going to be. This whole thing smells of spot zoning to benefit a small group of people. I don't think it's fair. I'd like to do, I own some properties in this town that I'd like to do some multi-use with too. But you can't, because the zoning doesn't allow it. So if you want to develop in Brant Rock, that's fine, but you bought the property knowing what the zoning laws were when you bought it. For us to change the zoning laws for a developer is unfair to the rest of the people who own property in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. All right, this will be the last speaker on article number 22.
Nanette Parziali, Island Street.
All right, please speak up so we can hear you.
Okay. I think this article is very cumbersome. There's a lot of good things in it and a lot of things that are kind of contradictory. The parking concerns me living in Brant Rock. To put 300 more spaces. As it is, getting in and out of the Esplanade is a death trap. And to see 300 more cars coming in the wrong way every day kind of scares me. But is there any way to break this article down into more specific, separate articles? Because I'm in favor of a lot of it, but it has so many different pieces to it that it's really hard to vote on something as a whole with this many different components. So I don't know if I'm asking for an amendment or a breakdown, or how do we look at this as the individual components versus a whole big cumbersome article?
I thank you for your suggestion, but the planning board was the entity that brought forth this particular article, and they put it in the form that they felt was best under the circumstances. So I appreciate your comment. Are you for or against Article 22 as presently phrased, as amended?
I'd have to say against, because like I said, there's too many components to group as a whole vote. I want revitalization of Brant Rock. I grew up in the area. I still live in the area. I think we definitely need more attention by the town. It seems we're always on the back burner. I appreciate everybody's comments, but if you actually live in Brant Rock, it has more meaning than just living on the other side of town. We deal with things every day that people on the other side of town don't have to deal with. And it really would be great if we could get some of these things voted for and some of these things voted down. And like I said, I don't know how to vote on something that has 4 pages worth of verbiage. It just, again, I would hate to vote the whole thing down, but in order to restrict some of the things, it kind of leaves no choice.
Your time has expired. Thank you very much. I understand that given the size of the article, you're now opposed to it. So we're going to go directly to a vote at this time. For passage, it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of Article 22, raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We're going now on to Article 23. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. What, do I have 5 people standing? All right, we'll go to a standing vote. Let me just tell the meeting, we're not going to hold a standing vote on articles where the vote is clearly visible in the room and it's not close. We're not going to delay the meeting just so that, a standing vote can be taken when it's not necessary. We'll do it this time. All right, we're going to go to a standing vote with respect to Article number 22. All in favor of the article as amended, please stand. After you've been counted, you may sit down, please. Where's the counter for number 2? Come on, let's go. All right. Did you get your count? All right. All those opposed to Article number 22, please stand, as amended, please stand. Once you've been counted, please sit down. All right, let's have the affirmative votes first. All those in favor of Article 22, Section 1? 11. Section 2? 21. Section 3? 17. Section 4? 10. Section 5? 23. Section 6? 21. Front of the room? 7. All right. All those opposed to Article number 22, Section 1, 10, Section 2, 5, Section 3, say again, 5, Section 4, 11, Section 5, 4, Section 6, 11, front of the room, 0. All right, it takes 2/3 to pass. It passed. And what's the mark? What's the actual vote? What's the? What? No, I want to know the numbers.
110 to 46.
All right, so the vote was 110 to 46. That was not a close vote. And in the future, we're not going to have a standing vote when the margin's that great. Let's go on then to Article number 24, 23. My mistake. Oh, and we have another update. At the top of the 4th inning, Red Sox 9, Astros 0.
Don, there's people leaving. Reconsideration may not be entertained, it'll get long.
Yeah. All right, Article number 23, the Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article 11, special permit conditions, in parentheses, by amending the residential accessory apartments provisions, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 23 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support of the article. Are there any questions or comments from the floor? Go to the rear microphone. I recognize the person at the rear microphone.
Steve Lynch. I have a 50 Central Street. I have a point of order. These are from the front page, the rules, moderators' meeting rules. If declared results of a voice votes are show of hands, votes are questioned by 7 voters standing immediately after the declared vote, a standing vote will be taken without debate. That doesn't give you a choice. That's the tradition of this town meeting. If 7 people stand up, you have to count them. And 70 to whatever the vote was, 29, is close in a 2/3 vote.
Mr. Lynch, I'd call your attention to Article number 7, Moderator's Rule 17. When justice or order requires, the moderator may make exceptions to those rules as he or she, in his or her discretion, deems it appropriate under the circumstances and with the concurrence of the majority of the town meeting members. I had that. Thank you. All right, let's go. Do you have a question or a comment with respect to Article 23?
Point of order.
What is that, sir?
Point of order is that you, Mr. Moderator, I do not believe you can suspend a standalone rule that allows for a standing vote. You cannot.
Excuse me, sir. I've already expressed my opinion on that. I think 17 gives me that authority. I don't entertain your point of order. Please sit down. Point of order is non-debatable, sir. A point of order is non-debatable. Sit down, sir. Turn his mic off, please. All right, your mic is off. Let's go now to article number 23, are we? 23. The planning board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 zoning bylaws, article Roman numeral 11, special permit conditions, parentheses, by amending the residential accessory apartments provision, close parentheses, as set forth under article 23 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their vote to support this. Do we have questions or comments from the floor? Go to the gentleman at the rear microphone.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. Could the planner please tell us why this is necessary?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
And by the way, my clock is still running.
Excuse me, sir. I'm going to get you an answer to your question. Now be quiet, all right, until we have it. Can you turn mine? Can you answer that?
Yes. The major change is the removal of the 3-year waiting period. That has, for the last 3 to 4 years, been a major concern with the Zoning Board of Appeals, and that is why we are making this change.
Do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
That doesn't answer my question. I want to know, why is it a major concern? Why does it have to be changed? Why does the 3-year waiting period have to be dropped? Why?
All right, can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Because multiple people are coming to the Board of Appeals requesting a variance.
All right, there's your answer, sir. Do you have another question?
They were requesting a variance to do what? To build an accessory apartment? Is that what it's saying?
All right, can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes.
Please do.
They're going to the Board of Appeals requesting variances so they don't have to wait the 3 years for new construction or a substantial increase or reconstruction.
Do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
Yes, I do. So, Mr. Moderator, my understanding is basically you're going to allow people to incorporate an accessory apartments into new construction. Is that true?
All right, can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes.
Please answer.
Yes, by a special permit.
Do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
Comment on paragraph 7 on the bottom of page 31. The statement is at least one additional space regarding parking, one additional space to serve each bedroom of the accessory apartment. Does the planner agree that that should read to serve the bedroom of the accessory apartment?
Wait a minute. Could you cite, please, the provision you're referring to again?
It's under Part C, Review Criteria, paragraph 7. It's near the bottom of page 31 on the warrant.
And what's your question again, please?
The word each should not say the bedroom.
Yes, we can make it.
All right, will you accept that amendment? Mr. Guimond?
Yes, we would accept that amendment.
You've heard Mr. Pasevich that Mr. Guimond, speaking in behalf of the planning board, will accept that amendment. It's not necessary to vote on it. They've accepted it. All right, do you have any other questions directed or comments to the article as amended?
Yes, I do. First of all, the clock keeps running after I finish talking. That's one thing. That's procedural. Now, the other thing is that on Part A, Purpose, paragraph 5, there's a statement that looks like a new statement. It says, not to unduly alter the density of the neighborhood or the population of the town with its related impacts to water supply, traffic, and waste generation. Is that a new addition?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Guimond?
Yes.
What is the, please answer it, please.
Anything shown in bold is new language. Anything that shows a line through it is strikeout being removed, and anywhere where the text is normal text, there is no change.
Do you have another question?
My last comment is I'm all for residential accessory apartments. I'm happy with that. I think the 3-year waiting period was a good idea. And now to add that part, not to unduly alter the density of a neighborhood or population of town, that's funny, because that should apply to the other articles we just voted in that are going to turn Marshfield into Quincy.
Excuse me. All right. Thank you. Seeing no further people at microphones, we're going to go to a vote on Article 23 as amended by the one amendment accepted by the Planning Board. This requires a 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We're going now to Article number 24. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 15, floodplain zoning, as set forth under Article 24 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in support of this article. Is there any questions or comments from the floor? Please go to a microphone if there are. I see people walking around, but they're not going to a microphone. Seeing no people at a microphone, we'll go to a vote. This requires 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor, raise your hands. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go now to Article number 25. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 2, definitions, parentheses, by adding a definition of the phrase/term, in quotations, yield plan, close quotations, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 25 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support. Is there any questions or comments from the floor? Seeing none, we go directly to a vote. It requires 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor of Article 25, raise your hands. All of you opposed? Clearly passes by more than 2/3. Going now to Article 26. The Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 11, special permit conditions, parentheses, by amending the open space residential development, residential provisions, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 26 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support of this article. We'll go to the floor. Any questions or comments? No one's at a microphone. We'll go directly to a vote. It requires 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor of Article 26, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by more than 2/3. Article 27, the Planning Board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 5, table of use regulations is set forth under Article 27 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous to support in its support of this article. Requires a 2/3 vote for passage. There is one person at the front microphone. Recognize the lady at the front microphone.
Well, I have an amendment to Article 27 and 28, and I actually wrote it up if you want to see it, but it is
Well, we'll take 27 first.
Okay. Every place in the bylaw that refers to recreational marijuana facility or establishment, I would propose that the wording be changed to adult use to track the language of the statute which legalized marijuana in this state and the regulations promulgated thereunder. There is no mention of recreational. And I feel in both cases, it's kind of a stigmatizing term. We don't go to a recreational liquor store. They're just adult use dispensaries or establishments.
What is the specific language you would like changed, please?
If I had a Word document, I would find and replace the word recreational with the words adult use.
Let me confer with town council.
Yeah, I don't know all of the locations in the bylaw where this is worded, and without that, I can't be 100% sure that there are no unanticipated consequences. I do understand what you're proposing to do. You're proposing to replace a word instead of using recreational with adult use. Is that it?
All right, it's within the scope, I'm being told. Mr. Guimond, would you like to respond to the proposed amendment?
The planning board voted as written. This was originally a selectmen's, or these two articles were originally selectmen's articles. So the planning board is not going to have an opinion either way on replacing the word recreational with adult use.
Right. Does the Board of Selectmen wish to weigh in then as to whether or not it is opposed to or in favor of such an amendment? Recognize Mr. Rowland.
Hi, Chris Rowland, 45 Whitford Circle, Chairman of the Board of Selectmen. I totally understand where you're going with this, but the concern from at least our standpoint and my also personal standpoint as a resident is that when you're dealing with the Cannabis Control Commission in the Commonwealth, it's assumed that everyone consuming cannabis that is bought at a cannabis retail store, either medical use or recreation use, that they are adult. And the other thing is that's the only way they separate from the way that the store is. So there is medical use only, and there's recreation use only, and there's mixed use. So if we call it adult use, then it doesn't separate whether it's recreation use, which doesn't require a medical card, or a medical card. The reason we don't have medical liquor is because it doesn't exist. It's not, well, it does exist, but it's not designated as medical liquor. So that's why it's termed this way. It's not. I mean, that's basically the reason. So,
thank you very much. Do you have any more questions, ma'am?
Well, I would just point out that if the intent of this amendment, according to what's written in here, is that it would be tracking the language. I mean, I could repeat this for the next one, but the state regulations nowhere say recreational. And I would just point out, as a chief compliance officer of a third-party cannabis transporter, the first to license in the state, the one of 3 licensed in the whole state, I know a lot about the cannabis laws, and it doesn't, I mean, I don't see why it shouldn't track what our laws say. And looking down the line, we will have viable cannabis businesses in this town bringing in a large amount of taxes. And I just think it's reasonable to track the language in the statute.
Thank you very much. We're going to vote now on the amendment. The amendment is to replace the word recreational to adult, wherever it appears in the bylaw, or in the article. Did I state that correctly? What? Adult use. All right, adult use wherever recreational use appears. This would require a majority vote on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hands. All those opposed, the amendment fails. We go now to the article itself. Any further comment on the article? I see none. So we are going to a vote. It requires 2/3 vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 27, raise your hands. All those opposed, it clearly passes by more than 2/3. We go to Article 28, the last of the zoning articles. The planning board moves that the town vote to amend Marshfield Town Code, Division 3 zoning bylaws, Article Roman numeral 12, special regulations, parentheses, amending the language of recreation marijuana retailers, close parentheses, as set forth under Article 28 of the special town meeting warrant. You've heard from the advisory board. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support of this article. Do you wish to make the same amendment? There you are.
Well, I hate to say it, Catherine Rossmore, 23 Wamsutta Path. In this case, what you're seeking to do, I think, does have an unintended consequence. So I'm not seeking the amendment from recreational to adult use, although I would like it. I can see the writing on the wall. By this town, when we first created zoning for marijuana establishments, I believe we limited it to no more than 2 for retailers. By you changing the definition in this zoning to establishments, you must limit all the other categories separately, so that it says in the enabling statute that you may not limit a use once the town approved it, so that there are independent testing labs, cultivators, manufacturers, micro businesses, transporters, and retailers. And so by opening the gates here to calling marijuana retailers, marijuana establishments, you're basically, I know the intent was to allow one of the 2 retailers to have a cultivation, but you're actually opening the floodgates for these other businesses. And if you want to put a limit of 2, it's going to have to be changed in the future. So it's going to be a thing.
You're not offering an amendment to this, is that correct?
No.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address this article? Seeing no one else at a microphone, this requires a 2/3 vote for passage. All in favor of article number 28, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It clearly passes by more than 2/3. Okay, that completes the 18 planning board articles. So the first thing I would like to do right now is, it is almost 10 o'clock. I'd like everybody to just stand up and stretch, will you, for a couple of minutes? So we've got, that's only 19 articles. We've got one that's going to be withdrawn. So we've got. It's going to move forward. Oh, God. It's going to move forward.
3 to 9, bottom of the fourth.
What?
3 to 9, bottom of the fourth. 9 to 3, bottom of the fourth.
Okay, could everyone take a seat, please? All right, this is our situation, and I wanted to gauge the will of the meeting. We have just finished 19 articles. We finished the article number 35, which was moved to the first article of business. We've just done 18 articles of the zoning articles of the planning board. So you add those together, that's 19 articles. There's 35 articles on the warrant. One of them is going to be withdrawn. So now we're 34. So we have 15 left. I'd like to propose that we suspend the rules and that we push on tonight until we finish the entire warrant. Our current rules say that after 10:30 we cannot take up any new business. So it would require a vote from the members of the town meeting who are still here. Was it a majority vote, Bob, or two-thirds? Huh? Majority? It would require a majority vote to go beyond 10:30 with new business. So I'd like to entertain that motion now. I'm making the motion. You all are here, and I appreciate you staying. I certainly am in favor of suspending the rules and going to completion. So all in favor of suspending the rules so that we can take up new business after 10:30 and proceed to the conclusion of the warrant, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by a majority of those present. The rules are suspended, so after 10:30 we will continue to take up new business. We're now going to go to the lottery. May I have the first number on the lottery and who's on deck after that?
5 is up, 31 is on deck.
All right, Article 5 is up, 31 is on deck. Article 5, the Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to transfer the sum of $185,000 of bond premiums received from the sale of bonds and bands in July of 2020 and July of 2021 to be used for town infrastructure work and repairs. This is submitted by the Board of Selectmen. I recognize Mr. Maresco.
201 Arlington Street. Folks have seen this many times now at town meeting. This is the bond premium we get. It's $185,000. We ask town meeting to approve that. It goes to our facility department, and they use that. We use that towards maintenance.
All right, may I hear from the advisory board? Recognize Mr. Scollins.
Tom Scollins, Advisory Board. This article allows for infrastructure improvements not covered under Article 6. The Advisory Board recommends approval by a vote of 8-0.
Thank you very much. Okay, we got the advisory board. All right, we'll go to the floor for questions and comments. I see someone at the rear microphone.
Mr. Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. I'm sorry, I think I missed that comment from the advisory board member. Was it stated that the $185,000 is for Article 6? Is that what he said?
5.
No, I thought I heard him say that.
Mr. Scollins, could you just clarify what you said, please?
Yes, this is Article 5. There is money for facilities in Article 6. I was just differentiating between the two. But we approved this by a vote of 8-0.
So, Mr. Moderator, the $185,000 is for infrastructure improvements, but it's not for Article 6 items. Is that correct?
It's Article 5, and all it says is to be used for town infrastructure work and repairs. It doesn't refer to Article 6 in any way.
Okay, I understand that, but I just thought I heard the advisory board representative say that it did somehow.
I think he clarified what he said.
So,
do you have a further comment?
Yes, I have a question. What infrastructure improvements specifically is it for?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Maresco?
Yes, I can. It depends what comes up. If there's something broken, we'll fix it. It's been town meeting since way before we got the new high school. Town meeting was upset that we don't maintain our buildings properly. And the town meeting's been very supportive of the selectmen bringing forward over the last 3 or 4 years, roughly $500,000, $400,000 to $500,000 a year for maintenance. We also take our bond premium. We give that to facilities to also make infrastructure repairs or maintenance.
All right, do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
Well, my only comment is that I thought we voted all those budgets at the annual town meeting. So here we have $185,000, and we're not being told specifically what it's for. Vote it down.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other people at the microphones, we'll go directly to a vote. Passage of Article 5 requires a majority vote. All in favor of Article 5, raise your hands. All those opposed? All right, clearly passes by more than a majority. Was it 31? We go now to Article 31. What's on deck? Article 4 on deck. Article 31, the PPI and the CRS committees move that the town vote to amend the Marshfield Town Code, Division 3, Chapter 305, zoning bylaws, Article 15, floodplain zoning, as set forth under Article 31 of the special town meeting warrant. This is submitted by the PPI and CRS committees, and I see Mr. Stewart is going to speak and present the article. Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. I'm Andrew Stewart. I'm the Building Commissioner and the Floodplain Administrator for the town of Marshfield. Marshfield has a significant amount of properties located in or near high-risk flood zones and is a member of FEMA's Community Rating System, or CRS, and the National Flood Insurance Program. As such, we've adopted several flood-related codes and bylaws to help protect our properties and investments and to increase our rating with FEMA, earning our residents discounts on flood insurance. At a current rating of 7, with the most points for CRS in the state of Massachusetts and recognized by FEMA as a national best practice, Marshfield has earned a 15% discount on flood insurance for residents in a flood zone and low-cost options for residents outside of flood zones. The CRS committee is dedicated to the task of encouraging all residents to purchase flood insurance, to lower our flood insurance rates, to inform residents about flood zone requirements and flood hazards, and to ensure the safety of our buildings and residents from flood damage through the application of the building and zoning codes. One of the additional codes that we would like to add in order to further increase our rating, get us more points, and hopefully in the next year get us to a 20% discount on flood insurance rates for our residents, would be the addition of a non-conversion agreement. The non-conversion agreement would essentially formalize what's already in the building code under R322, which requires that any elevated structure, the floor under the base floor elevation would be used solely for parking of vehicles, storage, or building access. So essentially, this will formalize what's already required if you have a building permit. It's just basically going to be something that we're able to put on the deed to say you cannot convert this area that's below flood elevation, and allows us to inspect it and to ensure further compliance. What this really does is gets us more points for the CRS, and the only people that it's going to affect are the people that are going to be benefited having lower rates. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Can you just tell us what PPI and CRS stands for, please?
CRS is the Community Rating System, and PPI is the Program for Public Information.
Thank you. I'd like to hear from the advisory board. Mr. Polanski.
Keith Polanski, Advisory Board. We recommend approval. As you heard, this will have a reduction in savings for the homeowners. Thank you.
Thank you. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in support of this article. I go to the floor. I see one lady at the rear microphone, please.
Thank you, Patty Parsons, Fairways Edge Drive. Just curious on this one, how does this compare to, say, Situate and Duxbury, how they treat their flood requirements?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I can. Duxbury is not a member of the CRS community and does not share the same restrictions that we do. They are less restrictive, Duxbury is, they're not a member of the CRS community. The Situate is a member of CRS. They do not have nearly as many points. They're not further along in the program as we are, and they do not have the same regulations that we do.
All right, thank you very much. I see another lady at the rear microphone. Your name and address, please.
Hi, Yana Lambert, Liberty Road. So I have a question. If you're not currently in the, does this apply to split-level homes that have like a half of a floor under, under the grade of the land?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Stewart?
Yeah. This would only affect homes that are located in a special flood hazard area. Having a basement below grade or part of your house below grade, if it's not in a flood zone, does not make it in a flood zone. So you would have to be in a FEMA flood hazard, special flood hazard area. That information, if you would like to know if you're in a flood zone, can be found on the website, or you can come to the building department. We can help make that determination.
Do you have any further questions?
I do, because don't they keep modifying what's flood zone and what isn't? Like, for example, I'm not currently flood zone, and I have the downstairs of my house is finished, and, it's a guest bedroom. It's certainly not used just for storage. So if at some point down the road my house is like, I don't know, I guess I'm not going to live long enough to know, so who knows? I don't know. But maybe I'm asking the question for the benefit of others in a similar situation. Thank you.
I'm sorry, did you have a question you want answered?
What happens if in the future the flood zone changes? I mean, aren't they constantly updating the flood zones and saying, like
that
today
question,
you're in
Mr.
it,
Stewart?
tomorrow you're not?
He'll answer the question, please.
We've had several map changes in the past few years. We feel confident that we're at a good place right now with the science that was used to create the flood zones. I don't anticipate the flood zones expanding anytime soon. This is only for new construction and elevated buildings. This does not mean that if you currently have a finished basement and you get put into a flood zone, that you now have to remove that finished basement or are forced to elevate your structure. None of that would apply.
Thank you very much. I see no one else at a microphone. We're going to go directly to a vote. This requires a 2/3 vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 31, raise your hand. All those opposed? Clearly passes by more than 2/3. What's the next article and what's on deck?
4 and then 9.
All right, the next article is Article 4, and then we're going to go to Article 9. Article 4, the Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to ratify and approve the collective bargaining agreements or other employee contracts with any one or more of the following organizations with respect to the fiscal years beginning July 1, 2021 and ending on June 30, 2024. You'll see 4 unions there in bullet points. This is submitted by the Board of Selectmen. I recognize Mr. Maresco.
Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. I'm happy to report that on behalf of the Board of Selectmen, we've settled with all of our unions. Normally, there's been past practice. We come before because we always, in the past, had to appropriate money. These were settled within the monies that's already budgeted for in the budget, but was the selectmen thought it will continue the tradition of coming before town meeting. So this is just a vote to recognize that we've settled with all of these unions.
Very much. I assume that the advisory board is very much in favor of that.
Tom Scollins, Advisory Board. Could I just give a thumbs up from now on? That'd be great. Tom Scollins, Advisory Board recommends approval of this article by a vote of 8-0.
All right. All right, looking out, there's no one at a microphone. We'll go directly to a vote. This requires a majority vote. All those in favor of Article 4, raise your hands. All those opposed, it passes clearly by more than a majority. What's the next one? 9. What? 9. Article 9, and what's on deck? 32. Article 30, excuse me? 32 and 34. All right. Article 9 we're going to discuss now. Now, Article 32 is coming up after that, and that is linked to Article 34. So when we get to 32, we're going to go with 34 as well. Article 9, the Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to accept Section 3A of Chapter 337 of the Acts of 2018, in parentheses, Section 3D of General Laws, Chapter 64G, close parentheses, authorizing the imposition of a local community impact fee upon the transfer of occupancy of a professionally managed unit and short-term rental units in a two-family or three-family dwelling that includes the operator's primary residence at a rate of 3% of the total amount of rent for each such occupancy, or to act on anything relative thereto. This is a selectman's article. Recognize Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. Article 8 is a local excise tax for short-term rentals, now authorized by Chapter 337 of the Acts of 2019. If the town votes to accept Mass General Law 64G, Section 3A, local auction room excise will take effect on January 1st, 2022. Before the new law was passed, Chapter 64G, Section 3 imposed a state excise tax on the transfer of occupancy by an operator in Massachusetts of any rooms in a bed and breakfast, hotel, lodging home, motel for a period of not more than 90 days. After the new law went into effect on July 1st, 2019, the stateroom occupancy excise was amended to apply to the transfer of a room in short-term rental for a period of not more than 31 consecutive calendar days for a rental agreement on or after January 1st, 2019, and allow towns that adopted a local room occupancy excise tax pursuant to General Law Chapter 64G, Section 3A, to impose a local room occupancy excise tax up to 6% of the rent paid in the towns with a local room occupancy excise tax community impact fee of 3% of the rent paid on certain types of rental units. All short-term rentals are required to register with the Mass DOR. If a property is rented for 14 or less days in a calendar year, the operator is not required to collect any tax and must tell the state this on an annual basis by claiming an exemption from the excise tax. A short-term rental is an occupied property that is not a hotel, motel, lodging house, or bed and breakfast establishment where at least one room or unit is rented out by an operator through the use of advanced reservations. A bed and breakfast establishment is private owner-occupied home where 4 or more rooms are rented and breakfast is included and accommodations are reserved in advance. A bed and breakfast home, as opposed to a bed and breakfast establishment, is a private owner-occupied house where no more than 3 rooms are rented and breakfast is included in the rent and all accommodations are reserved in advance. A bed and breakfast home is not subject to tax.
Okay, Advisory Board. Recognize Mr. D. Cristofaro.
Walter Cristofaro, George Street. As was mentioned earlier this year, the impact on the town of 10 to 15,000 people it certainly is affected, and earlier, after clarification, the Advisory Board approved as written.
We'll go now to the floor. I see someone at the rear microphone.
Pam Keith, Smoke Hill Ridge. I have a question for maybe the town administrator. How much money does the town need? Can we ever stop with the taxes and the fees? We have so much money now, it's coming out of our ears. We have free cash to the tune of $3, $4, $5 million a year. We have this gigantic October spending that is probably a record. I mean, it's just incredible. We really need to stop. I don't understand how we can possibly say that we need any more money, any more taxes and fees. So this is the same, I have the same comment for Article 8 and 9. It's ridiculous.
All right, I recognize the lady behind Ms. Keith.
sorry. My question is on
Please.
this.
Name and address.
Oh,
please.
sorry. Murphy, 252 Ocean. I'm curious if within this article, thinking of the Brant Rock Village overlay and the new planning that just passed, if there is a way to amend this article so that we can also include them as a part of it. So the town would also be getting a revenue off of that multi-use or mixed use.
I think that's beyond the scope of this particular article.
So we couldn't amend the article?
I'm just saying that that particular amendment is beyond the scope of this particular article.
I thought it was around the tax.
It is a tax, that's correct.
Okay.
I'm ruling or making the ruling that your question and your desire to include these other areas is beyond the scope of this particular article.
Sorry, I just want to make an amendment to the article. Okay, so I'd like to actually insert where we have short-term rental units in a 2-family or 3-family dwelling, if we could add to that, to be for mixed use as well. So the town would also be getting a revenue from that new zoning that just passed.
I'm being advised by town council that's not permissible, that's not a legal amendment. Do you have anything else?
I guess why?
I hate to say because he says it so, but we rely on town council. He said it's an illegal amendment. Can you turn his microphone on, please?
The reason you can't make that amendment is because this specific provision of the general laws was passed in authorizing the imposition of a community impact fee for certain specific types of units, and what you're proposing is not included within the context of the state law that was amended.
So it's state specific. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Welcome. Recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. I just want to echo the concerns of the earlier speaker on this. When is enough going to be enough? What you're doing here is you're creating a condition where you're actually going to create lawbreakers. I don't see how you're going to enforce this. I don't see why it's necessary to dip into the pockets of people that may get a little extra income or maintenance fees to help cover their real estate taxes and other expenses and maintenance fees. And you're going to create criminals. And how are you going to enforce it? That's a real question. I'd like to ask that, Mr. Moderator. How is this going to be enforced? And how are you going to identify who's renting out?
Mr. Pasevich, let's get an answer to your question before you move on to something else. Recognize town council.
So we don't have a local ordinance that regulates these type of uses. This is a state law, and if you own one of these qualifying types of properties, then you are already obligated by state law to register your unit. And if you believe you're exempt because you're only renting your premises for less than 14 days, just like with your taxes, you have to file a claim for an annual exemption. The enforcement is all done at the state level and not at a local level.
So then, Mr. Moderator, my question is, what's in it for the town?
I'm sorry, what is your question?
What's in it for the town?
Well, okay, town council.
Hello. So, like other excise taxes that are collected by the state, this excise tax and this community impact fee will be collected by the state and paid to the town on a quarterly basis.
Do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
Isn't that being done now?
Can you answer that, Mr. Galvin?
Yes. Well, right now we do not have this community excise tax, and we don't have a community impact fee. But if these articles are to pass, 8 and 9, and we're only on 9 right at the moment, the reality is this will be collected. It's required to be reported by the operator or property owner, and we'll get our share sent to us times a year.
All right, any further question, Mr. Pasevich?
Again, it's not clear how this changes things. Why wouldn't the state send this to the town now?
Galvin, please.
Yeah, there's only a state excise tax now, and it doesn't relate to any short-term rentals, okay? So if the town elects to adopt these two provisions of the law, there'll be a local community excise tax and a local community impact fee that'll be paid over. And the excise fee will go to the general fund, and the community impact fee will go to 35% has to be used for affordable housing or another limited purpose, and the rest may be spent for infrastructure improvements.
All right, anything else, Mr. Pasevich?
Well, again, so it's basically what you're saying is the town is getting in on the game in order to fill its coffers. That seems to be what the end result is here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pasevich. All right, do you have a question or another comment? Excuse me, sir. Quit pointing your finger and quit raising your voice. Do you have another question or comment?
I have to, so you'll hear me. Yes, I do. Again, when is enough going to be enough? This is totally unnecessary. As the previous speaker said, get money coming out of our ears. It's so embarrassing that our so-called leadership is looking for ways to spend it to make it go away. That's how embarrassing it is. Multi-million-dollar surpluses indicate being overtaxed and overfeed. And then on top of that, millions of dollars coming in so-called COVID relief being spent who knows how. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just so wonderful? I'm speaking for my friends around the country. Enough is enough.
Up, sir. Thank you. I recognize the woman behind you. Please at the rear microphone.
Hello, Patty Parsons, Fairways Edge Drive. Same question I had on the last one I came up here. What are other towns doing? Plymouth, Duxbury, Situate. It's like there's a fee that's been approved by the state, and we can charge it. So that's what we're going to do? And that's what, are all other towns doing that?
Excuse me, can we have any information about what adjacent towns are doing, either from town council or town administrator?
So there's a registry created by the Department of Revenue that indicates what every single town has done. I happened to look at it last week. Situate has adopted the excise tax, has not adopted the community impact fee. I believe Plymouth has done so. Duxbury has not. I can't remember whether Kingston did or not, but those are the towns that I looked at.
All right. Do you have any more questions or comments?
Yes. At the same level, 3%?
Mr. Galvin, yes.
What I recall is Situate adopted the excise tax fee when this law changed in 2019 at 6%, and 1 year later they went back to 4%. That's all I know.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we're going to have the Chamber of Commerce is going to be for it or whatever again. You know, I agree with this, with what I've heard about, you know, fees for the sake of fees because the state allows it doesn't mean that we have to accept it here.
I recognize the gentleman at the front microphone.
Jeremy Devaney, Maryland Street. Point of information, Mr. Moderator. Is this motion, or excuse me, article, directed at professionally managed buildings or short-term rentals, or is it inclusive of both?
It's inclusive of both, I'm being told.
All professionally managed buildings would have the community impact fee assessed?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right. All those in favor of Article 9, this will require a majority vote for passage. Please raise your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. It clearly passes by more than a majority. We're on to the next article, which is 32. And 32 is going to be linked to 34. Article 32, the Board of Selectmen move that the town will vote to amend the Marshfield Town Code, Division 2, General Bylaws, Chapters 1 to 294, and any applicable provisions of Division 4, Division 5, Division 6 of said code by deleting the word, in quotations, selectmen, each time it appears in said provisions of these code chapters, and inserting the term, in quotations, select board in place thereof, and further deleting the words, quotations, Board of Selectmen, close quotations, each time it appears, and inserting in place thereof the term, in quotations, select board, and further the town clerk be authorized to make clerical, editorial, or other adjustments to effectuate the purposes hereof. This is a Board of Selectmen article. Recognize Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. It's very simple. The Board of Selectmen want to make the Select Board, want to change the name to make it more open and more welcome. So we're asking town meeting to support changing from Board of Selectmen to the Select Board.
All right, Advisory Board, I see a thumbs up from Mr. Polanski. We'll take that they are in favor. I will go to the floor for any questions or comments. Seeing none, this requires a majority vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 32, please raise your hand. All those opposed, it clearly passes by more than a majority. I would point out to you that Article 33 is being passed over and withdrawn. Article 33 is being passed over and withdrawn. We're on now to Article 34 because it was paired with 32. Article 34, the Board of Selectmen move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to submit the proposed special act legislation changing the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board as set forth in Article 34 of the special town meeting warrant. This is the Selectmen's article. Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. This article would amend the town of Marshfield's current charter to change the name of the Board of Selectmen to the Select Board and refer to the selectmen as members of the Select Board.
Advisory Board, Mr. Polanski gives me another thumbs up. I don't see anyone at a microphone. This requires a majority vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 34, raise your hand. All those opposed, it clearly passes by a majority of those present. What's the next article? What? Two. And what's on deck? Article 3 is on deck. And the last word I had, the Sox were ahead 9-3, and I'm not sure what inning that was. All right, Article number 2, the Board of Selectmen move that the town vote to amend the Marshfield Town Code, Division 2, Personnel, Chapter 188-1 by replacing the existing fiscal year 2021 Schedule A compensation plan with the new fiscal year 2022 Personnel Bylaw Schedule, a compensation plan printed under Article 2 of the special town meeting warrant. This is the Selectman's article. Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. This is a standard article. The bylaw raises are in line with the union contracts and requires no additional funding, as we have built the raises in for our bylaw employees into the omnibus budget passed at 4/26/21 at the special town meeting.
All right, thank you very much. Advisory Board, I see Mr. Scons with a thumbs up. We'll go now to the floor. I don't see anyone at either microphone. This requires a majority vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 2, please raise your hands. All those opposed, it clearly passes by a majority of those present. The next one is Article 3. The Board of Selectmen move that the town vote to amend the Marshfield Town Code, Division 2, Personnel, Chapter 188-11 by replacing the existing Schedule A general government positions with the new Schedule A general government positions printed under Article 3 of the special town meeting warrant. This is the Selectman's article. Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. This is a standard article. This article outlines the position and grades for the bylaw employees.
All right, advisory board, I'm looking for a thumbs up from Mr. Scollins, and I have it. I don't see anyone at either microphone. It takes a majority vote to pass Article 3. All those in favor of Article 3, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by a majority of those present. What's the next article? 10. And what's on deck? And Article 30 is on deck. Article 10. The Board of Public Works moves that the town vote to amend the Marshfield Town Code, Division 2, General Bylaws, Article 3, Water Restrictions, Section 285-19.1, as set forth in Article 10 of the Special Town Meeting warrant. This is a Board of Public Works article. I recognize Mr. LeCarriere, Vice Chair of the Board of Public Works.
David Carrier, 34 Outlook Road, Vice Chair of the Board of Public Works. This is an amendment to the article that I submitted a year and a half ago now that recognized we did not want local utilities putting poison into the ground next to the well sites. This is about the polyfluoroalkylate substances, PFAS. The one comment I will make right up front is we do not have currently any PFAS in excess of the 20 parts per trillion. In fact, we don't have anything really over 10 parts per trillion at this time. And the purpose of this article is to try and keep everything that way. I would point out that as of today, the United States Environmental Protection Agency has just proceeded to go forward for rulemaking and for actually making a PFAS maximum concentration that's allowable in drinking water. Currently, it is 70 parts per trillion, and it's a recommendation, not a firm guideline. The purpose of this article is to give us the tools as the water commissioners for the town of Marshfield to exclude polyfluoroalkylate substances from the aquifer, okay, by letting us control what's coming into the Zone 2 and Zone 1 of our aquifers. If somebody's coming in to do a project, to do cleaning, to do whatever they might be doing, they'll have to demonstrate to us that they're not using PFAS and/or how they're going to take mitigating actions to exclude them from getting into the ground and then ultimately into the groundwater.
Thank you very much. Recognize Mr. D. Cristofaro of the Advisory Board. Thumbs up. We'll go to the floor. I don't see anyone at either microphone. It takes a majority vote to pass this. I'm sorry.
I'd like to add, there's one thing I did want to mention.
Here, please.
Yeah. These products pervasive and they're everywhere, but trying to find a listing of them and understanding them by asking is very difficult. However, going to the instructions given to those parties that have to go out and do the sampling, you find out no Teflon containing materials, no storage containers using low-density polyethylene, no Teflon tubing, no waterproof field books, no plastic clipboards, binders, spiral hard-covered notebooks, no Post-it notes, that's in the adhesive, those PFASs, no chemical blue ice packs, field clothing, no new clothing or water-resistant, waterproof, or stain-treated clothing containing Gore-Tex, no clothing laundered using fabric softener, no fabric softener at all, no boots containing Gore-Tex, no Tyvek, no cosmetics, moisturizers, hand cream, other related products as part of the personal cleaning, showering routines. Okay, I wanted to get that one out to everybody in that this is how pervasive these products are, and part of what we will have once this is passed tonight, if I hope it is we will be dealing with an educational program to people to understand how to help exclude this stuff. So if you live in Zone 2 or adjacent to one of our Zone 1s in Zone 2, we'd want you to be educated on the subject. If it's town facilities that lie within those, we also want the town to fully be facilitated and understand the issue and help make sure these products don't get used, don't get flushed into the system, and ultimately end up in the groundwater.
Thank you very much. We'll go now to the floor, seeing no one at either microphone. This requires a majority vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 10, raise your hands. All those opposed, clearly passes by a majority of those present. What is next? 30, and who is on deck? Article 1 is on deck. Article 30. The Board of Public Works moves that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to convey and/or transfer control of a parcel of land, Town Assessor's Map Parcel E08-01-1A, consisting of 25 acres currently under the control of the Town of Marshfield's Department of Public Works, pursuant to Article 97 of the Articles of Amendments to the Massachusetts Constitution, to the care, custody of the town's Conservation Commission for the purpose of providing priority habitat mitigation as required by Massachusetts Endangered Species Act, MISA, and as approved by the Natural Heritage Endangered Species Program, NHESP, of the Division of Fisheries and Wildlife to offset impact from development of other town-owned land and to provide permanent protection of the open space of said land recorded in the Plymouth County Registry of Deeds, Book 36141, page 334-335. This is submitted by the Board of Public Works, and is either Mr. Reynolds or Mr. LeCarriere here? I recognize Mr. Reynolds, Superintendent, Department of Public Works.
Tom Reynolds, DPW Superintendent. This explanation is the 25 acres of land at the ball fields for Rockwood Road in the Boys and Girls Club. It's combined 23.5 acres of habitat previously protected with couch cemetery land off of Union Street in accordance with Article 15, Annual Town Meeting 4/26/2021, accounts for all credit land required by the completion of all phases of development at the Rockwood Road ball fields and the Boys and Girls Clubs properties. The 25 acres of Old Mount Skirgle land transferred provides the National Heritage Endangered Species Program protection that the NHESPA deems appropriate for mitigation.
All right, thank you very much. Recognize Mr. McAleer, the advisory board. I get a big thumbs up from Donnie over there. Thank you. We'll go directly to the floor. I would say that the Board of Selectmen are unanimous in their support of this article. All those in favor of Article 30, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Article 30 passes. We go now to Article number 1, I believe you said. And what's on deck? 29 on deck. Now, Article number 1 is a very routine article. We see it every year. I recognize Mr. Maresco after I read it, but I don't think we need any debate with respect to this. The Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $1,093.59 to pay unpaid bills from prior fiscal years, and to meet this appropriation transfer said sum in the amount set forth in the chart printed under Article 1 of the special town meeting warrant from the corresponding fiscal year 2022 budget for the department. Recognize Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. Very simply, these are bills that come in after the close of the fiscal year. The only way for the town to pay them come before a town meeting. We need a 9/10 vote to pay these bills. Thank you.
Seeing the advisory board, got a thumbs up from Mr. Scollins. Seeing no one at a microphone, we'll go directly to a vote. As indicated, this requires a 9/10 vote. All those in favor of Article 1, raise your hand. All those opposed? It clearly passes by 9/10 of those present. What's the next one? 29, and who's on deck? What? I can't hear you. 8 is on deck. Going now to Article 29, 8 is on deck. And can I, Bob, can I move this as written? 29? Yeah. Yes. All right, I'm going to, rather than read this, I am going to move Article 29 as written. It's submitted by the Board of Selectmen and the Open Space Committee. I recognize Mr. Cantwell at the microphone. Mr. Cantwell, tell us what Article 29 is about.
All right, Article 29 was the recommendation of the Community Preservation Committee to appropriate $83,000. As you mentioned, this article was brought to the CPC by the Board of Selectmen and the Open Space Committee. We're asking the town for $83,000 for 38 acres off of Field Street. The value in the acquisition of this is preservation of open space. And for the thing for the we were talking earlier about the CRS, I believe the building inspector was talking to that. That's the CPC was very impressed with that. The assessed value of the property is $98,200. The appraised value is $50,000, which is $1,300 per acre. The total acquisition cost is $83,000, which includes the $50,000, $30,000, $33,000 legal, survey, required CR cost. There will be a conservation restriction put on this. The cost is $15,000. The community rating system, CRS, is a voluntary incentive program that recognizes and encourages community floodplain management practices that exceed the minimum requirements of the National Floodplain Insurance Program, NFIP. I'm not an expert on that. Joe Rossi and Greg Guimond know a lot more about that than myself. So basically, we're asking the town for we recommended to the town that we approve this $83,000 purchase of the 38 acres off of Field Street in Wrexham.
All right, do the town planner or anyone else from the planning board want to address this in addition to Mr. Cantwell's comments? If not, advisory board, who do we have? Mr. McAleer?
Don McAleer, the advisory board recommends approval of this article. This is going to benefit residents that currently have flood insurance, as they're going to be able to receive a discount because the town has purchased property to help alleviate the flooding issue. I went down and saw the property. It's a neat piece of property, and it's going to benefit those people that I just mentioned.
All right. We'll go then to the floor. I see people at the rear microphone. Recognize the lady at the rear microphone.
Pam Keith, Smoke Hill Ridge. I have a question as to whether the town has any plans to either allow public access at some point in the area or disallow, because I know there is kind of a beef going on down on, especially on Field Street, where some people access the land there already, and some abutters don't want the access. Other people do want the access, to launch kayaks or whatever they do. So does the town have any specific plans to allow or disallow access?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Cantwell?
Yeah.
The answer is...
That's not CPC's call.
All right. And is there any other board that wishes to respond to the question that she's raised? With no one stepping forward, I can't get you any more information, Ms. Keith.
I'd just like to make the comment, too, that I really think, I don't know, it should have been done probably a long time ago. I don't know if it's legal or not, but we really should notify abutters when the town is buying property, adjacent to their land. I don't think it's fair to, there's a lot of people along this stretch of marsh, and I would think a lot of them would want to have the ability to own the marsh possibly behind them. We have places around town where people have docks and stuff like that, and this may be a problem for some of these abutters if the town, for some reason, starts to come down hard on people, or either does allow access somewhere or disallows access somewhere where people want. So I would prefer private ownership. Thank you.
All right, recognize the next person at the rear microphone, please. Your name and address.
Karen O'Donnell, 90 Summer Street. I am on the Open Space Committee, and I was involved in working with the landowner to bring this forward to town meeting. The landowner was interested in the town purchasing the land, and one of the requirements of the purchase by the landowner was that it remain as conservation open space. The other motivation to go forward with the purchase has to do with the CRS, and actually Joe Rossi could, or Greg Guimond could talk more about the value in the property for that purpose. I do think that there will be a conservation restriction. It will be required if this passes, and a CR would be required using CPA funds on the property. The conservation restriction doesn't necessarily restrict access to the property, but what it would do is to limit, or not limit, it would prohibit any building on that land. It's mostly wet, so you can say that you can't build on it anyway, but you can put docks on it. And honestly, the Open Space Committee, and I don't know about the Conservation Commission, but the Open Space Committee would like to see less docks on the South River. And if we can protect it that way, I think it's a good purchase, and I think that it should be approved.
Very much. All right, seeing no one else at a microphone, we're going to go directly to a vote. This requires a 2/3 vote for passage. All those in favor of Article 29, raise your hand. All those opposed. It clearly passes by more than 2/3, and we're next to 8. And what's on deck? 6? Yeah. How many articles do we have left? We have Article 8. All right, we have 3 total articles left, so we are moving toward a conclusion here. Article 8, the Board of Selectmen move that the town vote to accept Section 3A of Chapter 337 of the Acts of 2018, in parentheses, Section 3A of General Laws, Chapter 64G, close parentheses, authorizing the imposition of a local excise tax upon the transfer of occupancy of a room in a bed and breakfast establishment, hotel, lodging house, short-term rental or motel at a rate of 6% of the total amount of rent for each such occupancy. This is a Selectmen's article. Recognize Mr. Maresco.
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. Article 8 is a request to approve 6% local excise tax on the transfer of occupancy on certain types of rentals to include short-term rentals. The town votes to accept Mass General Law 64G, Section 3A. Local auction room excise will take effect on the first day of the calendar quarter, following 30 days after its acceptance. This would be January 1st, 2022. All revenues received by the town must be credited to the general fund. However, under the Municipal Modernization Act, there was an amendment to Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B, the Stabilization Fund statute, to allow the town as a local option to dedicate without further appropriation to an existing stabilization fund or to a special purpose stabilization fund not less than 25% of the certain fees charged or receipts, including the local option room excise tax. If we in the future wanted to do this, the town must, by a 2/3 vote of a future town meeting, accept the 4th paragraph of Mass General Laws, Chapter 40, Section 5B. And like with Article 9, the fees are not paid by the people that own the property. The fees are paid by the people that come into the town. Just like if you go to a hotel or any other bed and breakfast in any other city in town, it's the person going there that pays the fee.
All right, we'll go now to the advisory board. Mr. DiCristofaro says thumbs up. Okay. Then we'll go to the floor and recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone.
Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. Question, Mr. Moderator. The advisory board gives a thumbs up. I mean, can the advisory board report on the roll call vote? Was it unanimous or what?
Cristofaro, was this a unanimous vote? He says it was.
Mr. Moderator, has the town, the people that are proposing this to Board of Selectmen, do they have an estimate as to what kind of revenues this is going to generate?
Mr. Maresco, can you answer that question?
No, I do not. No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, well, I'm against this like it was on Article 9. To me, it's going to be it's going to be collected from the users, and I guess that if I want to clarify the transfer of occupancy of a room, I guess that means when somebody new comes in. Is that correct?
Can you answer that question, Ms. Maresco?
Yes, the person that pays the fee is the person that's renting that particular room.
Again, it's very sad that, there's been a lot of talk about making the town accessible. We know that people that come in the summertime, either renting cottages or maybe staying at some sort of inn or, whatever it might be permitted in town, tend to come to spend money. I know a lot of people in my neighborhood down in the beach area, and they have visitors and renters that come in, and those people tend to spend. And you might think, well, they're already helping the economy. And I think to now tell them all that we have to now charge them extra, even if it's passed on from the owner to the renter, that's going to create a sour feeling, and it may discourage people from coming to the town and spending the way they do. So I wouldn't want to discourage people from doing that. And again, the old acronym MINE applies here. More is never enough. And it's my time's not up.
I understand that. Did you have something else to say?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I see no one else at a microphone, so we are going to vote. Oop, did
I'm sorry.
I miss someone?
You said I had something else to say. I was about to say it.
Well, I thought you said you didn't.
No, I didn't say that.
We're all ears, Mr. Pasevich.
Oh, I'm sure. Again, it has to stop at some point. The gravy train, it has to stop. You're only hurting.
Time's up now, sir. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we're going to vote on Article 8. This requires a majority vote for passage. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, clearly passes by a majority. What's the next article? 6? Okay. And what is the last article then? 7. And after Article 7, are we done? Okay. Now, Article 6, I will try to do this the way that we do the capital and operating budgets at the annual town meeting. But I'd like to go quickly through it, but I would point out that in your warrants, there is a wonderful chart that's listed on page 4 and page 5 and page 6, showing how these funds are broken down for the various projects. And on pages 7, pages 8, and I believe somewhere on page 9 is an explanation already as to what each item is and what it's going to be used for. So I know that you have all done your homework, and knowing that, let's read the article. The Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to, we need someone from the schools just to, they're going right now. The Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to transfer the sum of $2,650,433.32. Just everybody sit still, please. They'll turn. He's fixing it right now, please. Just stay where you are. I don't want anybody tumbling. Here they come. All right, so let's start again. The Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to transfer the sum of $2,650,433.32 from certified free cash to $234,166 from water retained earnings, and there is a clerical error. That next figure should be $238,228 from wastewater retained earnings. Disregard that period. That should be a comma. And $4,442 from solid waste retained earnings to be expended on the items in the chart printed under Article 6 of the special town meeting warrant. I recognize Mr. Moresco briefly, because we're going to go down these things quickly, each individual one.
Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. This is our annual free cash and retained earning article. Capital budget has voted on these articles that cover a number of needed services and equipment to keep our town functioning. You'll see on pages 7 and 8 explanations. These are items that came up after the FY22 budget was adopted. All of these requests have been reviewed by the treasurer and myself. These items are needed to keep our town government moving in the right direction with efficiency, staff, and equipment. $500,000 will once again go to additional maintenance in our school and town buildings. Town meeting has demanded in ensuring our buildings are repaired in a timely manner. Other requests are for ambulance supply, police cruisers, fire vehicle, IT costs, legal fees, tools, professional services, and additional cleaning costs and sanitizing costs of our town building. Funding for the town shark buoy for ocean safety. A delay in funding these important articles will affect the timely operation of our town government. I ask town meeting to support Article 6.
All right, Mr. D. Cristofaro, on behalf of the advisory board. All right, he says thumbs up, and for those of you interested, it was a unanimous vote of the advisory board, 8-0. So if you will look then at the chart, you're going to see in a series of columns. The left column shows the item, and that corresponds with the explanation later in the warrant. The next column is the description of the request. The next column indicates what portion of that is coming from free cash. The next column indicates what portion of that's coming from water retained earnings. The next from wastewater retained earnings. The next from solid waste retained earnings, and what the totals are. And then it says transfer to, and I assume that that is where the money is going. So we are going to go down there. Question, I will, down each item. If you have a question, just indicate that by saying the word hold or question, and we'll come back to it. But we're going to go through all of these particular items, and we will end up voting on the ones that have not been questioned, and then we will come back to those that have been questioned. So please, let's begin. Item number 1, is there a question? Question. Item number 2, question. Item number 3, item number 4, item number 5. I'm sorry, did I hear a question? Yes? Okay. Item number 6, item number 7, item number 8, item number 9, item number 10, item number 11, item number 12, item number 13, item number 14, item number 15, item number 16. 15 is a question. Is there a question on 16 as well? Yes? I really need to speak up so I can hear you. All right, questions on 15 and 16. Item 17. Item number 18, item number 19, item number 20, item 21, item 22, item 23, item 24, item 25, item 26, item 27, item 28, item 29, item 30. Question on item 30. Item 31, item 32, item 33, item 34, item 35, item 36, item 37, item 38, question on 38, item number 39, item number 40. So let me just question on item 40. I'm sorry, what? 12. All right, is there a question on item 40? No. All right, so I'm going to go over the ones that I recorded questions. Let's just make sure we're all on the same page, please. There's a question with respect to items 1 and 2, item 5, item 12, item 15, 16, and 17, item 30, and item 38. Is that correct? Hearing no complaints or words to the contrary, then we will go to vote on the remaining items and the appropriations contained with respect to each of those items. Passage of those items will require a majority vote. All of the remaining items that were not questioned for passage, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, they clearly passed by majority vote. Let's go now to the items that were questioned. Item number 1, what's your question?
Hi, Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road. Looking for some clarification on what this is for. What is the maintenance town? What is that for?
Did you question? Whoa! Did you also question item number 2?
Yes, but that's a separate thing.
Yes, I understand that quite well. All right, item number 1. Let's have Mr. Maresco. Can you tell me what item number 1 is?
Yes, Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. These are standard articles, $250,000 for school side maintenance and repairs, and $250,000 for general government side repairs. If you go to our town website, you go to town meeting, you will see a report. This is what it looks like. The facility director puts together a report every year of all of the projects and where all the money goes. So it's all identified by buildings and the amount spent, all nicely done up on the town meeting website.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Pasevich?
No, it does not, but I'll pass on any further comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, questions on item number 2, which was the schools portion of this. Do you have a question on that?
Yes, Joe Pasevich, Wilson Road again. Can you give me more specifics on what this is for?
Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Granatino. I see him here. I just would remind you, Mr. Pasevich, as you well know, with passage of Proposition 2.5, once money goes into the schools, they're not required to give us, the town meeting, a line item accounting. Now, if Mr. Granatino wants to give you some suggestions as to where this might go, he's certainly welcome to do that, but this town meeting can't impose any restrictions on him and the school committee.
Okay, well, my comment then, Mr. Ryder, is why, hello? Why wasn't this part of the annual town meeting budget discussion?
Mr. Maresco or Mr. Granatino, do you want to answer that question?
Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. We wait for additional, so every budget has some built-in maintenance money, but not a lot. You know, we have to cover salaries, healthcare, et cetera. We wait to the fall special town meeting. Once our free cash has been certified, we reappropriate the money to important projects, and the Board of Selectmen deem reinvesting and maintaining buildings, both the school and on general government side, is of utmost priority. So that's why we do it at this time of year.
Granatino, do you want to add anything to that?
Sure. I just want Jeff Granatino, Superintendent of Schools. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. To the question, this money, although you are correct that the money that goes into the general operating budget can be moved into different departments as needed throughout the school year, these maintenance dollars will stick with maintenance, Mr. Pasevich. And if you remember, I think it was a year before I got here, the town meeting voted to have a study done of all the capital needs around the town as well as the school district. and there was, I think, over $110 million worth of projects that were identified by a consulting group that came in and worked with the town. Probably about 60 to 70 million of those dollars were for school-related projects, and obviously we're not looking to use that, but the maintenance dollars that we do get, whether it's in the operating budget or here in special town meeting, go towards trying to tick off some of those items that were identified. It could go to paving, it could go to HVAC, it could go to roof work. Some of the work that we've already done over the last few years, the Furnace Brook roof is one of the big items that was in that study. But so there are a number of areas that are needed to be worked on and improved. And working with Mr. Russell and Mr. Bullock, our maintenance team, they identify those projects that we can address with the monies that are available.
Thank you very much, Mr. Granatino. Do you have any other questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Thank you, Mr. Granatino, that you're working to itemize these things and at least create some transparency and accountability. For me, it's a shame that people just will accept, happy-sounding language. Oh, this is for wonderful things, for maintenance, this is for the improvement of the town, et cetera, et cetera. I just can't believe people just buy that and don't inquire more, aren't more curious as to where their money's actually going. Thank you.
More than welcome. All right, so that takes care of the questions with respect to items 1 and 2. The next one is item number 5. Who raised the question? Hi, is that Ms. Keith? Hi, Ms. Keith.
Hi, Pam Keith, Smoker Ridge. Same thing, I wanted specifics. This is a grant, which obviously I would say would have some specifics attached to it. So I'd like to know what the grant is for and what exactly is the definition of port security funding.
I would recognize Mr. DeMeo, Harbor Master.
Good evening. So that money was earmarked. It was a port security grant that the town got. The total match was $70,000 for the grant. The town's portion that's due for the grant is a 75-25% match. So the town's portion is $17,569.32 versus paying 100%, which is over $70,000.
Do you have another question, Ms. Keith?
I'm sorry, I did not catch the very first part, where I think you might have said it's for the towns. Did you say dock? I didn't.
Yeah, yes, Mr. DeMeo. What is it? Do you know what it's going to be used for?
Yeah, it's for one of the patrol boats. It's a FEMA port security grant that we put in for almost every year, and it's a highly competitive grant. And last year we were able to get $52,000, which is a good thing.
All right, and it's going to be applied toward what, the cost or maintenance of a boat?
Boat engines, yes.
All right, there you have it, Ms. Keith.
So that's the complete. It's totally going towards boats.
He said boat engine. He clarified.
Okay. But so it's not going towards any other pier reconstruction or anything, just boats.
He's shaking his head no.
Okay, thank you.
That answers the question on item 5. Let's turn now to the next one, which would be item number 12, Selectman part-time salary. Mr. Maresco. Oh, well, first of all, let's have the question. What is the question?
Mr. Moderator, I'd like to hear someone make a case as to why our town administrator needs interns.
Can you answer that question, Mr. Maresco?
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. The interns fall under me because I'm in charge of Town Hall per the Board of Selectmen, but the internship opportunities are not for me specifically. They're for our department heads. This past year, we brought on some interns to help with various departments, and we hope to do that again. It gives kids working with the chamber great opportunities to find out, and hopefully they go to school and come back and they want to get involved in public service.
Do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, but did I hear the town administrator say that children or kids work with the chamber? What is the chamber?
Mr. Maresco, can you just explain what you said?
We work with the chamber. The chamber places a lot of students from Marshfield High School in various positions, and we're one of the organizations which helps them out because we want to see we'd like to see the students from Marshfield High School go on to college and come back and become active participants in government.
Do you have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
Yes, I agree with the statement. I mean, there's a real severe shortage of people choosing to go into public administration. There's so little real good talent out there, and I hope more people that are patriotic and intelligent will choose that career line. My question is, how many interns are there now? How many will there be? And how are they selected?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Moresco?
Yes. I believe last year we had 4, Lara. Did we have 5? We had 5. And our HR person works with the chamber, Danielle Kerrigan, who is our HR director. And people pick categories. I think we had someone that wanted to work in fire, someone that wanted to work at our clinic because they were going on for nursing. Someone wanted to be involved in HR, and I forget what the other 2 positions were.
Any more questions, Mr. Pasevich?
Just again, what's the process? How would I tell a student how to apply to get into this?
I'm going to defer to Lara Brait from the chamber.
Brait of the Chamber of Commerce.
At this point, just talk. Okay, so can you just repeat your question really quick?
How they're selected, the process by which the interns are selected, and how would a student apply?
Okay, sure. So it's high school seniors are only eligible, and there are requirements, and if they'd like to apply, they need to see Mrs. Stanford.
You have another question, Mr. Pasevich?
And again, it doesn't tell me what the list of qualifications are, or what the process is, the selection process.
That's determined by the school.
The school being?
Being the business department, Mrs. Stanford.
Okay, so she
Of the high school?
Yes.
It's determined by the high
seniors
school.
only.
She alone. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Thank you very much, Ms. Brait. All right. That takes care of item 12. We're now on to item 15, professional services. Who raised that question? Item 15, who raised the question? I recognize the gentleman at the rear mic, Mr. Pasevich.
Oh, yeah. Again, just asking for a little elaboration, please. Professional. See the
What
description here.
elaboration would you like?
Well, it says here the item will cover a myriad of costs, such as Zobrio. I don't know, what is Zobrio?
All right, Mr. Moresco, can you answer
And
that?
also interim accountant support. What is interim accountant support? What does that mean?
Mr. Moresco, can you answer these questions?
Michael Moresco, 201 Arlington Street. Yes, I can. Zobrio is cash accounting that we use in the town, and interim accounting support. As folks know, our town accountant took a job in Norwell. Our new accountant is here. She's been selected, waiting to do the background check and financial check. But she came and wanted to dive right into town meeting, and she's sitting here in the bleachers with us this evening. But in the interim, while our town accountant was gone, we brought in a service CLA, and Catherine Pomeroy is sitting up front, and she is providing technical assistance to town financial management.
Other questions?
No, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, now we're on to item 16. Who questions 16? All right, Ms. Keith, what's your question?
I have a statement to make first, and I do have a question. My statement is that people should know in this room that I had to write a 2-page letter to the zoning board and everyone involved that town council obviously reviewed in order to correct the latest situation in the zoning board on a town project. The application submitted was wrong. There's still problems. The last hearing we went to, the application has now been amended because of my letter. And we went to the last zoning hearing, and there still was a problem where the applicant, which is the town, is saying they want a certain kind of permit, and our town council is standing in the back of the room saying, no, we're not going to do that permit. And it's basically chaos because there was no answer as to what permit is even being given on a town building project, which is a huge project, controversial, down by the pier, filling in up to 4 acres in the dredge spoils area eventually. The fact that I had to put in a letter when I have no legal training and when I have much better things to do, okay, including taking care of my mother, the fact that I had to put that letter in and correct our town council tells me, and it should tell everyone in this room, there is something very, very wrong, okay? We are spending our legal budget and paying a person and other people in this, a few others in this room, to fight the residents, to do the wrong things to the residents of this town. And it should not happen. It should stop. And we should stop providing this type of legal budget. If we can't have a single lawyer that we trust, then we should hire a firm where maybe there's some checks and balances on that person. And so I do have a question, one question. I would like specifics or an explanation anyways. Why another $75,000? Is it probably going towards our town council, or is it going because he has an assistant? Do we have extra work that we think is coming on board? Are there lawsuits or something going on? I'm just wondering. It's a good amount of money, $75,000.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Keith. I recognize now Town Council. Mr. Galvin, do you wish to respond?
I don't know if I can answer why this specific appropriation was requested, but I certainly can answer the first part of your question. And, you know, I'm sorry you feel like you had to tell people what the laws were. The reality is, if you watch what happens at every zoning board meeting, in advance of every zoning board meeting, which you do not attend, I provide a memorandum that explains what the rules are based on the information that I'm provided. You can have those if you wish to have them. You didn't provide anything that I didn't know. So when you sit here and you tell this body that that information was only brought to light because of something that you discovered, that's just not true. And second of all, you are free to call me anytime you have an objection about matters, as many other people do, and I'm happy to answer them. And you know as well as I do, there are many times I agree with you, and there are many times I disagree with you. And I didn't attend the meeting when the project that's down by the park was initially proposed because I was busy in another location that night. But I saw a memorandum that you wrote suggesting that there was another deficiency, and I agreed with you. That wasn't because you discovered something that I had missed. That was because you and a group of people that you are aligned with are opposed to that project. And if you're right, I'm going to agree with you. If you're wrong, I'm going to disagree with you, and that's what I did in that particular circumstance.
All right, so we've addressed that. Is there any further questions that you have, Ms. Keith?
I would just like to rebut just very quickly that...
No, we're not going to get back and forth. I gave you a chance. You made certain statements. I felt it was fair to let town council respond to that. Now, are there any other specific questions that you have?
Well, I asked a specific question on the money. I guess he said he doesn't know why the $75,000 has been appropriated.
All right, Mr. Maresco, can you tell me, is this like an annual appropriation that we do every year or what?
Michael Maresco, 201 Arlington Street. As folks know, they just voted. We settled 4 major contracts when we use Labor Council. So we have to cover the costs for Labor Council for settling those 4 contracts, as well as we have a couple of legal cases that have come up. So we want to make sure we have sufficient funds for that. I can't get into the particular case. It's attorney-client privilege, but that's why the money's there. We never ask town meeting to approve money unless we need it.
Further questions, Ms. Keith?
No, but what Mr. Galvin said is not fair, and it wasn't right.
Excuse me. Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions with respect to item 16, we're now on to item 17. Who raised this question? I recognize the gentleman at the rear microphone.
It's me again, Joe Pasevich. Yeah, again, a little elaboration, please. And also, something looks different in the column here on page 5 of the warrant where it says, to school DEPT department transfer no article. Could someone explain that and then give us a little more elaboration on what these are for?
All right. I'm going to repeat again. I will have Mr. Granatino address this, but once the town meeting appropriates money that goes to the schools, they have line item autonomy. They don't have to account to us as to how they're going to spend it on a specific project. If Mr. Granatino wishes to give us some insight or some understanding as to what might be considered, but we can't bind him and we can't bind the school committee, Mr. Pasevich, as to what they use the money for. So, Mr. Granatino.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'll do my best to answer this. Again, every year at special town meeting, we receive some portion of the free cash amount that the town puts together. It varies each year. We don't. I think the reason why it says no article is that we didn't put in a specific article, Mr. Pasevich, for any singular item, but that money came to us. It will definitely be useful and go towards offsetting some of our increased staffing costs and other related costs as the school year has progressed. Again, it may not, could go to a number of different areas, but, we've increased, because of COVID, we've increased nursing is one area that we can help offset some of the costs with, as well as extended custodial hours and staffing to make sure that our buildings stay up in clean and sanitized as possible. But the nursing need was something that was very important to us, and so this is going to help offset some of those costs, as well as any increase in the classroom. We did have a couple elementary classrooms that were larger than projected, and we needed to add some staffing there to help offset the class sizes. But this could be used in a number of different areas as we see fit over the rest of the school year, though. But those are some areas that would be identified for some of these dollars.
Any other questions, Mr. Pasevich?
How does this compare to your COVID relief receipts, which are supposed to also go to nursing and cleaning and all that kind of thing?
Mr. Granatino, can you answer that question? We're getting kind of far afield here.
No, it's okay. This would be in addition to that. So we are receiving some funds from the federal government that help go to offset some costs associated with COVID, whether it's, again, on the nursing health side of things, whether it's on the cleaning side of things, whether it's on staffing to help offset any lost time on instruction due to COVID last year. So this will just help supplement that.
I'd just like to thank you and encourage you to promote transparency and discussion on these things, because the way this is written is just horrendous. This whole thing is like a letter from a child to Santa Claus, Article 6 I'm talking about. And the lack of transparency, and I'm not talking about you, Mr. Granatino, but especially from the town administration, it's just written to be like glossed over and everything's happy and everybody here just be a sheep and swallow it all and don't ask any questions. That's the impression I get. It's very, very sad. And very sad that there aren't more people there asking more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Pasevich, all right, we've answered the question with respect to item 17. We're now at item 30, purchase of a new pickup truck. Who raised that question? All right, she's coming to the mic. And I bet you I see Mr. Reynolds coming up here. Good for you. All right, recognize the lady at the rear microphone.
Hi, Yana Lambert, 25 Liberty. I can address 30, 31, and 38 all together, actually. I'd questioned each of them.
31 wasn't questioned. You can address 30, and you can address 38 if you like.
Oh, well, I also had 31. Maybe you didn't hear me.
No, excuse me. 31 wasn't questioned.
Oh, I did. You didn't hear me. But anyway, it's the same question for all three. They're all purchases of pickup trucks, and I just want to know, and I just want to request that they be wherever and however, to whatever extent possible, they be hybrid. I don't think electric battery pickup trucks are available yet, and perhaps not affordable if they are available, but I would like to request that they be hybrid and, you know, to the extent possible, as environmentally efficient as possible. That's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. Do you wish to comment, Mr. Reynolds?
I will, Mr. Moderator. Tom Reynolds, Superintendent, DPW, Mr. Moderator. We did look into looking at hybrid vehicles. The cost right now, the pickup trucks are just not they're cost prohibitive to us right now. But in the future, we're looking at purchasing hybrid vehicles.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. That concludes all the items that were questioned. So now we're going to vote on them. This requires a majority vote. So what we are voting on now are items 1, 2, 5, 12, 15, 16, 17, 30, and 38. All in favor, please raise your hands. All opposed? It clearly passes by a majority vote. And the last article, I believe, is that right? The last article is number 7. Lucky number 7. The Board of Selectmen moves that the town vote to transfer the sum of $39,500 from the Waterways Fund during fiscal year 2022 for waterway-related expenses and improvements, said funds being extended by the town administrator under the general supervision of the Board of Selectmen. This is a Board of Selectmen article. Recognize Mr. Maresco.
1 Arlington Street. Waterways disbursement is a new item. As a way of ensuring that we have the best possible financial policies, it came to our attention that we needed to have a policy adopted on how we spend down from this account. This is the appropriate mechanism to expand funds from the waterway account. The $39,500 will cover costs associated with staffing the harbor, and going forward, we require approval from the Board of Selectmen or its designated town administrator.
All right, advisory board, with respect to article number 7, that's Mr. McAleer.
The advisory board recommends approval of this article. You have to have the money appropriated before you can spend it.
Thank you very much, Mr. McAleer. The Board of Selectmen are unanimous in the support of this article. We go down to the floor. The gentleman at the rear microphone.
Joe Pasevich, one more time. Could someone tell me what the source of this money is?
Can you answer that question, Mr. Maresco?
The Waterways account.
The Waterways account.
Hello. And how is the Waterways account added to, created? Where does that money actually come from?
Mr. Maresco, can you give us a little bit more information as to what that account is and what it...
I will defer to our town harbor master.
Still, yeah, here he comes. Recognize Harbor Master Mr. DeMille.
Good evening. For your question, sir, the Waterways Improvement Fund, the money is derived from mooring fees, gift fees, and boat excise taxes.
Do you have any other questions?
Well, the second part of that is, can I have a little more elaboration on what the 39.5 is for? Is that, because it sounds like a little bit of an odd number? Is it a specific project?
Use it for yet, Mr. DeMille?
Was the 39,000 change was that was the amount that was agreed upon with the selectmen, and under the explanation, that's what the money could be used for in the explanation of Article 7.
He's referring you to the explanation in the town meeting warrant.
On the town meeting warrant?
Yes, I
Oh, okay, 'cause
I
it was-
called to your attention.
Thank you.
that Each of the articles has
It just
an
lacks specifics. And one final thing, if I could. The 39.5, what is the approximate annual income from the fees that you just cited, mooring, parking, et cetera? Is it 39.5 or is it some larger number or what?
Can you answer that, Mr. DeMeo?
Yes, approximately. It's approximately $40,000 to $60,000 each year. Sometimes it goes higher and lower. Depends if people are buying new boats, which has been prevalent the last 2 years of boat excise taxes. So it has been a little higher than previous years.
Information, be safe.
Thank you. Now, if everyone will please remain seated for just a moment, I need to satisfy myself. Is the town clerk and town council satisfied that we have addressed all of the articles in the special town meeting warrant? Yes. Yes, I have been informed by the town council and by the town clerk that all articles on the warrant have been addressed. Well, I guess we should, shouldn't we? Right? Sorry, Mr. DeMeo. Article number 7 requires a majority vote for passage, and I would ask everyone who's in favor of that to raise their hands. All opposed? It clearly passes by more than a majority. And now I can say that I have been advised by town council and by the town clerk that all articles in this year's October special town meeting warrant have been addressed, so that this town meeting is hereby dissolved. Amen. Good night, drive safely, and go Sox.